Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NATAS NW President Nicole Sanchez and incoming President Greg Thies.
Good evening and welcome to the 60th anniversary of the Northwest Regional Emmy Awards. I have had the great honor of serving our chapter for the past 4 years as president, and now it's time for a new president.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Greg Thies. I'm the incoming president, and on behalf of the Board of Governors here at NATAS Northwest, I want to take this time to congratulate all the nominees that are here tonight, our outstanding and wonderful Silver Circle inductees, and also the recipients of our Student Production Awards.
And before we begin, we would like to take a moment to recognize our wine partners, Walla Walla Valley Wine. We have two of their representatives here. Would they stand? They're over with me at table 14, Liz Kanapke and Tracy Palmer. We appreciate this partnership. They donated all of this wine that's on the tables. With 130 wineries and over 40 unique grape varietals, Walla Walla Valley is synonymous with quality, small production wine that is made with passion. Thank you so much. It's a big donation. Okay, so this is my final gala as president, and I would like to take a quick moment to thank some very important people. And I forgot to get waterproof mascara, so okay. First and foremost, my family. Thank you so much to my husband, my best friend, love of my life for 25 years, Mark. My mom and our children, Paris and Angelo, especially for their patience, because it's been a busy 4 years, let me tell you, and working most of it from home. You all know, everybody gets that now. I'm very excited for my new role with NATAS. I'll be one of the chapter trustees representing us at the national level, and I will also continue my important work on the diversity committee. I look forward to continue my work with the board, and I know Greg is going to do a wonderful job.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take a moment. We want to take a moment now to recognize some of our past NATAS presidents are here in attendance with us today. And please come up to the stage when you didn't know this was happening, did you? When we call your name, we have a little small gift for you. So first, Scott LaPlante, who served as a president from 2004 to 2006 and as a national trustee from 2006 to 2010 and again from 2012 to 2016. Or what did it say? Yeah, 2016. It said 2026. You haven't been elected that way. Scott, are you out there? Yeah, well, here. Scott's coming up. We also have John Sharifi here tonight. There we go. John was our chapter president from 2006 to 2010. So we have a little something for you.
And someone who's been a great mentor to me, Joan Cartan Hansen. She was our president from 2016 to 2019. She currently serves on the NATAS National Executive Committee and represents us very well. Joan, come on up too.
Come on up, guys. Yeah, the stairs get harder to go.
He's got for you, Joan. And we've got for Joan. Oh, here we go. You okay?
Let's give them all some round of applause for their service here.
Okay. Whatever's easiest for you. Yep, whatever's easiest. You want to go this way? We'll get it figured out. I would also like to thank everyone on the Board of Governors and all of our committees. These are people who you don't always see behind the scenes who volunteer countless hours. If you're a current board member or committee member, would you please stand where you're at so we can recognize you? We appreciate all the hard work. There's about 36 board members, so we are very grateful.
Now I've got something that's not on the script here. As our past president Nicole gets something too. Past presidents get a little tiny, a little smaller than those. But there you go, Nicole. That was supposed to be a backpack pitch here. But by the way, you get a pin. You get a pin too. Everybody gets a pin. No, they get a pin. Okay, before we wrap up, we want to let you know about something here the chapter's got for the 60th gala. For everybody here, backpacks. On the way out tonight, be sure to pick up your backpack. It's a little commemorative backpack. Ooh.
Now you're popular. You're really popular.
There's nothing else in here. There's no little statuettes for everybody. Anyway, and just so everybody, just to remind everybody, after the gala and the awards ceremony, there's an after party back in the other area. We got a DJ and all. So now it's time for us to enjoy the rest of the night. Please, we'll get everything started in just a moment. Enjoy the rest of your dinner. Have a great night.
Greetings, welcome to the 60th Anniversary Northwest Regional Emmy Awards. You want to wait for the plane? We don't have time for that. I'm Bill Nye. I got started in Seattle television back in the 1900s. I quit my steady aerospace engineering job to pursue a much more stable career as a television freelancer in the Northwest. Tonight, people from Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and Alaska come together to celebrate excellence in the production of words and pictures. So congratulations to you all. It's an honor to be nominated. Of course, some of you are going to go home with the golden statue, but you're all winners in my book. And as the Seattle Mariners marketers used to say, anything can happen. So congratulations to you all. Let's get started with the traditional chime. I don't know if there is a traditional chime, but there should be. Don't you think? Hey, have a great night, everybody. Enjoy the Emmys.
Live from FremontStudios, tonight's producer and Emmy-winning host, Chris Cashman.
If you don't know what the news is, I've got a link in the description below.
Now, it's the Northwest Regional Emmy Awards.
Gotta have the biggest voice for the biggest night. 60th anniversary of the Northwest Regional Emmy Awards. I am Chris Cashman. Artificial intelligence has the night off for now. I was gonna have some fun with that tonight until I experimented with it. I'm a big fan of artificial intelligence. I'd like that to go down in history. Let's write that down somewhere. We are so thrilled to see you here tonight celebrating 60 years. This is a bit of a full circle moment for me. Believe it or not, I was nominated in 7th grade for a Northwest Regional Emmy Award for King 5. Well, remember where you were emotionally in 7th grade. I was nominated against Bill Nye. So you know how that ended. Ironically, I went on to lose that category to my father. So I decided I would exact my revenge. And finally, I'm here at the Emmys, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 60 years. And I don't have to tell you that we have a lot to celebrate. Have you seen this stage? This is not an illusion. These are all real Emmy Awards, ladies and gentlemen. So as a professional host, I'm going to implement some strategy if you're up for it. I'm going to announce the 6 people in this room not receiving an Emmy Award tonight. We can skip right to the after party. Now, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way because we are celebrating. Washington's here, Oregon, Idaho, Alaska, Montana. We're thrilled. We had to butter up the walls to get you all in here. We're so happy that you are here. This is a celebration. And I'm going to pave the way by inspiring you with one of the most special people that I got to meet over the past year. A lot of what we get to do is share stories, to meet people, to get into the community. Sometimes they're tough stories. A young man named Hudson, he had a real tough go with muscular dystrophy. And the unthinkable for a parent, had to have a heart transplant. At 10 years of age, his doctors said, that's a miraculous recovery. Days later, he rolled out of the hospital and he put together a music video with and featuring his doctors and the community that supported him. Take a look. This is Maximum Hudson.
When I was just a kid, my heart would make me dizzy. Sick to my stomach, put my parents in a tizzy. Rushed me to the ER and hit up Dr. Law. He listened to my failing heart and gave it to us all. This kid's in serious trouble. He's on a downward spiral. He needs another heart and needs it fast for his survival. Waiting for a donor heart just wasn't gonna fly. Bridge the gap is iron, boy, the Elvis of my life. Just thinking about that chord makes me crazy. Thinking about it, Mickey like Houdini. Video games and force help to ease the pain. Everyone at Children's off the chain. This is my team. Hudson's team. They're on my team. Hudson's team. This is my team. Hudson's team. They're on my team. This is my team. Medication, vital signs, 4 months out the door. Waiting for a donor, cross the fingers, toes, and more. Simply came to Eatonville to train the EFD. Teachers, parents, grandparents all kept their eyes on me. Then one day they called to say an angel found for me. Second chance and circumstances, super awesome team. This is my team. Hudson's team. They're on my team. Hudson's team. This is my team. Hudson's team. They're on my team. This is my team.
You're so cute.
Standing tall and standing strong, thankful for a second shot. Life is bright and fight is right, but loved it not the life I got. Live to learn and learn to live and follow all my dreams. Say it with me, hear me scream. Thank you to my team. This is my team. Hudson's team. They're on my team. Hudson's team. This is my team. Hudson's team. They're on my team. This is my team. This is my team. This is my team.
How amazing is that? A 10-year-old with a brand new heart, and he wanted to share some of it with us here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Give some love to Maximum Hud. Hudson is here. I told you they were going to be excited to see you.
Huh?
I told you they were going to be excited to see you.
Thank you. How we feeling, everybody? All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here with you all tonight. Let's go. Thank you, Mr. Cashman, for giving me this opportunity and for all of your support, sharing my music video with everybody and journey with heart failure and transplant at the incredible Seattle Children's Hospital. Let's go. Like, it was just so awesome to see myself on the news. Like, I was just so pumped. Like, I was running around the entire house just like, woo, let's go. I was so happy. And tonight I have the privilege of announcing the first award. Take it away, Chris.
That's right. Hudson was cool enough to say, yeah, I want to come. I even got the perfect coat for it. So, Hudson, together, we get to give out the very first award, because you can see it's going to take about 6 days to hand all of these out. So we should get started. We do have some lovely folks behind the scenes that are going to help us hand out the awards who've traveled a long way. We've got Miss Washington. She had the shortest commute. We've got Miss Montana. Miss Alaska is here. Miss Idaho is here. Technically, Miss Oregon was here, but she found out she had to pump her own gas and turned around and went home. No, she was not feeling so well. She is here. She's just not feeling well, so we gave her the evening off, but she's here in spirit. So thanks to these lovely ladies, they're gonna help make us all look special tonight. Hudson, the first category, the first batch of hopefuls, public affairs programming. Take a look at the screen. Here comes your nominees for public affairs programming. And the Emmy goes to...
In 2013, OPB set out to document the stories of 27 Oregon students. Starting when they were in kindergarten, learning how to share, learning how to count.
Now, Hudson, you're saying the first recipients of the evening have to set the pace for how quickly you get to the stage. As professionals, we've timed it so that the clip is exactly long enough to get you to that microphone so that you're there to accept the moment it's over. And don't worry, nobody's seeing this. We're going to edit this out. In post is what we call it, Hudson.
Okay.
But what people are going to see at home is that winning clip, and then just suddenly she's going to appear and be right here. They're probably spinning a graphic.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Edit.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome back to the Emmys.
guy.
We've got our first Emmy recipient of the evening. They've got it for you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, this is such an honor. And can we just give another round to Austin here? Oh my God, superstar, right? I think I want to make a documentary about him someday. So first of all, I just want to thank everybody here. NATAS, thank you for the honor. This could not be done alone. This is a total team effort. First, I want to thank the families and the students and the teachers that we've been following for so many years. Without them, this could not be possible, and they've let us follow them around with our cameras and our questions. And it all began about 10 years ago, I think, with Rob Manning, who was education reporter at OPB, who had this brilliant idea when the governor of Oregon at the time set a goal, a very aspirational goal, to change Oregon's high school graduation rate, which was bottom in the nation at that time, to 100% by the year 2025. And so he, with the full backing of OPB, set out to do this, I think, first of its kind reporting project. 13 years in the making. Along the way, he was promoted, and the intrepid Elizabeth Miller came in to be the reporter, and I've been lucky enough to follow her around. We're now finished with sophomore year. Wait for it, it's coming this fall. And so thank you to the families, to the students, to OPB, and all the colleagues that I have there. There are too many to mention. This is a huge undertaking. Like I said, 13 years. But I do want to give a shout out especially to a few people. Dan Evans, our editor, Lisa Miyamoto, our production services manager, Morgan Holm, our visionary leader in content, and of course, the Marcos, who's now head of our department. Thank you to everybody. This is a huge honor, and I wish you all the best of luck with your endeavors. Thank you.
Congratulations, right that way. Take some photos. And ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our friend, Hudson Maximum Hud.
Have a good night, everybody.
Follow him on social media. He said one of his goals was to become a YouTuber, and he had this ambitious goal of getting 100 followers, subscribers, and we did that in 24 hours for him. He had a loftier goal of, like, wouldn't it be cool if I could meet Macklemore? And we made that happen for him. And so this was just icing on the cake. He is a very busy young man, and he quite honestly said he was joyed to be here. He was very, very nervous, but he just told me how exciting and how fun that was. So thank you for making that special for him, our friend Hudson. All right, our next category, I know you're anxious. Take a look up here. Perhaps you're behind these nominations for interviewer discussion. The Emmy goes to...
And welcome to tonight's Coin 6 Town Hall, The Unsheltered Truth, Searching for Solutions. I'm Jeff Gianola, along with my colleague, Dan Tilkin. Now, everyone gathered here tonight shares something in common. They care and are dedicated to solving the homeless crisis, even though there may be different points of view on how we get there.
So I guess this is the part where I mentioned that this is live, and and that if you do hear your name, and if it is your winning clip, you should rush up to the stage briskly. Don't run, but at a brisk pace. Get right up here, the way you would in a broadcast or any professional show. We do realize some folks maybe couldn't make it for various reasons, so we try to feed off the energy and see if they are here, but we're guessing nobody is here, so we'll accept on their behalf, and that is okay because they are still Emmy recipients, and they earned it. Let's jump into our next category. This should be an entertaining one. Take a look at your nominees. Here they come for entertainment. A lot of pressure. And the Emmy goes to... Into the stage, congratulations.
Hello, everyone. Would love to thank Triglass, who worked on this film with us. It was a beautiful piece to work with and fun to come together and see it. And like everyone says in the city, go Hawks.
Congratulations. Here comes the nominees for children. This is for youth or for teens. And the Emmy goes to...
We both have various questions about things related to our eyes. We heard about kids having eye strain from online school and screen time and how the eyes are the windows to the brain, and we're just so overwhelmed. Can you please help us learn more about vision in our brains?
Sure, I can see how that's a lot.
Thank you so much, everyone. And we want to thank the UW Video team and our sponsors, the Dana Foundation and UW Do It. I'd also like to thank our wonderful editor who takes my crazy ideas and turns them into reality. And without him, we wouldn't be able to make the show as entertaining as it is. And our UW brain master, I would call him, Eric Chedler. And also, I want to dedicate this to my son and all the other neurodiverse people out there. And you can do great things too. So thank you.
Congratulations. Our next category for documentary. This is for cultural historical. There's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
We were stripped of our civil rights. We were stripped of everything.
Towers, searchlights, barbed wire fences around us. If they thought we were trying to escape, they had the right to shoot us.
Congrats to North Shore. We will accept this on their behalf and keep it warm for you. Here comes our next category. This is also in documentary. This is for topical. There are your nominees, and the Emmy goes to...
Spiritual importance, that fish is very pronounced.
A friend of mine calls them mariners and mountaineers, and that's really an apt description of these fish. They're basically the best of the best. Then these fish are at really high risk of extinction.
Sounds like Swift Water's coming to the stage. Congrats.
Well, thank you so much. Wow, thank you so kindly, NATAS Northwest. I'd like to thank KBTC for giving me the opportunity and Phil Kane for letting my films have a voice and get the distribution to hopefully make change in this world. I got into film because of the ability to have positive impact on the world, and I hope that this accolade can raise some awareness on the plight of our wild salmon that are the fabric of the Northwest. I'd like to also thank my hardworking crew and the funders and my family that made this happen. So thank you so kindly. Appreciate it.
Congratulations. Here comes our next category. This is in diversity for equity inclusion. This is for news, and the Emmy goes to.
And this time, when the new appraiser came weeks later, they saw Marta's white face instead of Joe's. The second appraisal came back over $300,000 higher than the first one.
You got the lower price, and the neighbor got a higher price than what the house is worth.
Wait, what?
What an honor. Thank you all. I want to thank the Facing Race team, Julie Wolf, Christy Moreno, everyone at King 5 for allowing us to do this really important work.
Thank you all so much. It is a privilege and an honor to return back to the King 5 newsroom. A year and a half ago, when Joyce Taylor said, "Bert, you should apply for this job." And I said, "Yes, please." And Julie Wolf and Christy Moreno, who allows us to do this type of work that I truly feel can change the world, and for all the people who are willing to share their stories with us. And Bots and PJ, the best, challenging, fun, wonderful, lovely people I've ever worked with.
Facing Race is more than this, the three people on this team. It's about the King 5 family. It takes everyone in that building to put together that show. We started it 3 years ago, and look where it's come today. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We're going to stay right here in the category of diversity, equity, inclusion. This is for short form, and the Emmy goes to.
I got severely bullied at my junior high school, and Open Arms has been there for me a lot, and it makes me so happy, and I don't know what I could do without Open Arms.
Looking like we will hang on to these for our friends from Idaho. Congratulations. They are coming. All the way from Idaho, just arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
I got stuck in the back, sorry. This is the first Emmy with my name on it. This is really cool. Thank you so much. Very honored to be here. I accept this on behalf of Marsha Franklin, too, the producer of this film, so she couldn't be here with us tonight, but thank you to NATAS Northwest, and thank you to Idaho Public Television for letting us do these sorts of projects. They're just great, and we just love doing it, and I know I'm forgetting someone. The view from here is awesome, by the way. Yeah. Thank you so much, really appreciate it.
Here comes our nominees for diversity, equity, inclusion. This is for long form. Here's your nominees, and let's find out who the Emmy goes to.
Growing up, you kind of slowly begin to normalize Native women in your community going missing or being murdered or just being gone. Murder is the third leading cause of death for Native women.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for being sold out and crowded tonight here at Fremont Studios. A good problem to have.
Thank you very much. I have to thank Rosalie Fish first for letting us tell her story and all about her ongoing mission to bring light to the missing and murdered Indigenous women around the country. Thank you to I got to thank Philip Townsend, who produced this piece. This was his story. And thank you very much. And thank you to Shannon, who also just graduated from her MBA program today. So.
Let me say a few things about you.
Yes.
So Ian DeVere, the senior producer of this series, Community Stories, which is Seattle Channel's documentary series dedicated to tell the stories of underserved communities. And he has done a great job of shepherding this series, as well as being an amazing editor, contributor on this piece. And I'd also like to thank our composer, Stephen Thomas Cavett, and David Bialik, who is also a photographer on this. So thanks, everyone.
Sorry, one last thing. Please watch all the pieces in this category. It is work that is really well done.
Yeah.
And to all the people that were nominated, you did fantastic work, so thank you very much.
Congratulations. Here comes our nominees for News Feature. This is for a light feature, a single report. And the Emmy goes to...
Everybody knows him.
How about 20? You're awesome.
Everybody respects him.
A little haircut. Craftsmanship he has, old school, and I like that.
It's like he's a neighborhood staple.
Wow. This is probably got to be, all these categories are tough to win, but light feature in this region is like, it's ridiculous. All those stories are just, if you watch all of them, you'll have a tear in your eye, you're gonna laugh, something's gonna happen. I wanna apologize probably to the people in the back specifically. You probably look up here and thought, oh man, that's Billy Idol. He's about to show up and sing to us. I don't sing. I mean, people can barely understand how I talk. So it's like, my beautiful wife, Allie, she's from Australia. We joke about, we'll be in the house having a conversation all day and literally not even say a word. Like, it's just a bunch of sounds that go back and forth. This story, I want to thank Gary, the cobbler. This is I really like this story a lot because nothing was set up with it. It was literally me going on a day off last year to get a pair of my favorite boots fixed. And immediate conversation. I just knew that this guy was a character and somebody that I wanted to do a story over. And I said, hey man, can I come back next week and just do a story over you? And he was like, yeah. So just to be able to find a story like that had no pre-planned or anything, and for him to be okay with it, and then to have an award to come out for him is amazing. So this is for Gary, and thank you to my Fox 13 family for allowing me to do these feature stories. I feel like we need a lot of this in our lives. So keep doing the great work and do epic shit every day. That's my thing. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Wow, makes me want to go wrestle something. We got our first twist of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, because some of you are out there crestfallen going, that was it, that was my moment, I knew it and it's gone. Or is it? Because there is a second Emmy in this category. And that Emmy goes to?
Because her name was attached to that pie. Alma Johnson is a legend. And she's been a legend for a long time.
In 13 years, her blackberry pies have brought in close to $200,000.
You talk.
Well, this is our team. We call it the Heroes team. They're absolutely unbelievable. What a pleasure to work with them every single day. My Como team, thanks for keeping me around. I love it. That's why I've been around for 100 years. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. What a special night celebrating 60 years. I look back at how many times we've gotten together in this very studio and so many fun memories. Personally, one of my favorite things happened here when I put together a video sort of talking about what's happened here this evening with, acceptance speech etiquette. So I put together a little video on how to accept an Emmy and actually received an Emmy for it. So I thought you should see it. Here it is.
And the Emmy goes to you! Congratulations! You're an Emmy winner now. Your world is about to change. With that golden lady in your hands, you're filled with a new confidence. Stand taller, smile brighter, and keep your Emmy handy at all times so you can rub it in everyone's face. It looks great on your desk, but who will see it there? Better to take it with you as bling, or fasten it on the hood of your car. Talk about a belt buckle. That golden sparkler is a real eye catcher, so keep it polished and gleaming directly at the sun. But when the sun goes down, the crooks come out, so keep that golden girl in a safe and secure place. Next to you in bed, or in your Northwest Regional Emmy-approved climate-controlled and laser-protected security vault. Keep a watchful eye over it, for there are many more Emmy losers than winners. Losers who would love to get their grubby little hands on your Emmy. Emmy. And remember, your new Emmy is more than a symbol of your vast superiority. It's also a great conversation starter. We recommend bringing the mention of it whenever possible.
I'll have the soup and Emmy. Did I say Emmy? I meant sandwich. I said Emmy because I have one. In fact, this one right here for excellence. Yeah. How about fixing me an excellent sandwich, my man?
Ah, yes. Co-workers and strangers alike will be thrilled to hear about your success. You're on Easy Street from now on. Hard to believe you were ever just another hopeless nominee. Kick back, relax, and start coasting into retirement. You're an Emmy winner now.
That's how it works, folks. It's just that easy. Now you know what to do. Let's find out who the nominees are for Daily News Report. Here's those nominees. Ooh, and the Emmy goes to...
Opening day.
It's the start of our favorite time of year, Major League Baseball season.
A day when all seems new.
We don't know what's coming up.
A day when the troubles of years past
I'm not going to miss all of the last 2 years.
seem small.
A lot's changed since opening day.
A little bit.
The Mariners went to the playoffs.
They did.
And we aren't standing here if it isn't for this man right here. It's been a pleasure to work with him for close to a decade now. Thank you.
Thank you. This is one of the best reporters I've ever worked with in my career. And that's saying a lot because Sharifi's here and I've worked with Sharifi, but I'm going to go with Daniels. Sorry.
All right, our next category, Hard News Report. Maybe that moment will make it. Here's your nominees, and the Emmy goes to...
I caught some in my driveway who just threatened to kill me, and they blocked him in. He's here right now.
Troyer told dispatch a man was threatening to kill him, sending dozens of officers racing to the scene. That man was Cedric Altheimer, and he tells a different story.
There you are. You guys. Wow. Thank you, NATAS, to work with these two photographers. I mean, what a gift. Tom Lonsby, thank you for asking me to do this story. King 5, Julie, Christy, it is such a privilege to tell stories through the voices of people of color. And this was one of the stories that was the most challenging, that took the most patience, and that really was worth it for us to be able to share this story through the voice of the subject of the story. So thank you so much.
Hey there, thank you everyone. I just want to thank Cedric for letting us into his life. It's such a tumultuous time in his life. I want to thank Julie, and I want to thank Christy for letting us do this kind of work. It's very important. I want to thank Botsford right here for really helping with this shoot and really making it sparkle, and especially I want to thank my beautiful girlfriend, Brittany Brumfeld, for supporting me. You're my rock. Thank you so much. And also want to thank my mom and dad who are probably watching right now. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
King 5 is a magical place where they really drive innovation and let people do multiple camera shoots and really invest in their product. And I'd like to just thank the management, Julie, so much for giving us the agency to do so. Thank you.
All right, our next category for news feature. This is for a serious feature. And the Emmy goes to...
The last time he was home in 1943, he said something that frightened Phyllis. He said he didn't think he'd be coming home again. Phyllis cried, and so he took it back. The next day, Gene Chauvin got on a train. Phyllis and Linda never saw him again.
This is Ernie Vella from KXLY. He helped us on this story. And we were just marveling earlier on tonight about what a joy it was to work together, our team and him and KXLY. And the last thing I would say is we all do great work and important work, and we're just thrilled that Como still allows us to tell our funny little stories now and then. So thank you for that. We'll keep doing them as long as they allow us to do them. And again, this team here, you have no idea how awesome it is to work with them every day. Thank you.
Now, please welcome Diversity Committee members Randy Ng and Nicole.
I talk first. I didn't know that. As part of our 60th anniversary show, we wanted to take a thoughtful look back at history through the lens of diversity. The Diversity Committee produced 5 videos that we will showcase tonight, one for each state in our region. And we are calling this project Trailblazers in Diversity.
It was my honor to produce these videos, to go and meet legends in our industry, to hear their stories of what they experienced and what they overcame. And in many cases, this was the first time they talked publicly about what they've experienced. There are so many people who contributed to this completely volunteer effort. We would like to thank everyone who helped us, including special thanks to my good friend Randy, Daryl Mitchell in Portland, Scott Sterling in Montana, and Greg Thies. We would also like to express our appreciation to all of the stations who helped us, including the crews I got to work with at KTUU in Anchorage.
So the people in our videos share experiences in our industry that were sometimes really difficult for them to say out loud, but they're really important things for us to hear. And we hope that this will start a conversation about the importance of diversity, and we hope they will inspire and uplift everyone here tonight. We're going to share these videos with schools and colleges throughout our region and encourage them to share it with the next generation of television professionals. And we will get it up to our website eventually at natasnw.org under the diversity tab. They're not up yet, but they will be. So our first is the state of Washington.
I started in 1968.
I came to Cairo 7 in 1982.
1978.
I started in the business in 1980.
1978. 1975.
I started in television in Seattle in 1974.
I was actually the first woman to anchor a local newscast anywhere in the country, which I didn't really know until some professor in Arizona wrote a book about it and told me.
I was the only Latino at Como Radio when I first came there. Actually, I was the lone person of color for a long time.
Mrs. Bullitt was, I think, one of the first women, if not the first woman, to run a television company. And she started in 1948, and it was the first television station west of the Mississippi.
I was never in a newsroom where the majority of people were black. I was always very used to being in the minority, very used to having to bring a perspective that somebody may not have thought of.
When I was working in Dayton, a woman was on the phone and she said, there are a lot of people in this neighborhood that don't want to see a lot of black people in the neighborhood. I'm walking across the street to get to my car, and from down the street, this person yelled at me and he said, stay away from that car. And I yelled back, and then the next thing I heard were gunshots. And at that point, people surrounded the house and started firing in the house. I was fortunate enough to not be hit, but several people in the house were. These things shouldn't happen, and you see it on television, but this is one of those times when you're actually part of it.
Yeah, I experienced racism. This whole COVID thing just made every Asian American fear for their safety. I felt for the first time that I had a big target on my back, just because of what I look like.
A lot of the engineers were very uncomfortable working with women. I can't even tell you some of the things that it was said. I can't.
I would often hear, oh, you're the quota hire, or you're the affirmative action hire.
I started getting postcards addressed to Cooney Thompson, suggesting I need to go back where I came from. I dealt with a lot of that, but I did not dwell on it.
I never faced the sort of boulder smashing me in the face kind of racism that many of my colleagues have, but racism is always sort of a little headwind.
Mentorship is important, and so I try to pass that along.
I also had a lot of good mentors too that, were very, very supportive, or I wouldn't be here.
Just being an example, just a word of encouragement is all the mentorship that a lot of people need.
Whether it's LGBTQ, a person of color, or whatever it happens to be, if they can see themselves already in that position, they're more likely, I believe, to follow that career path.
I've always been happy to see other people who break molds, and I always saw them as just more perspectives in the room.
It's really wonderful to think about the generation of women working in broadcasting now who are so talented and so able and so confident. I'm really proud of all of them. There are a lot of people out there who need that hand up, who need to be encouraged, who need to be celebrated.
The challenges that you face can be overcome. Our experiences and where we come from, we have great stories, we have great passion. We're American stories, we really are.
Much more to come. As we celebrate 60 years, so many people in this room, I know you probably grew up dreaming about working on TV or around TV. That's why you're here, right? That's one of those dreams that you have. You don't hear a lot of young people say, I want to grow up and I want to be a humanitarian. I want to put other people first. I want that to be my focus. But fortunately, I met one of those people the better part of 7 years ago. And since that time, I have watched him not talk about it, but be about it, to fight for peace in a very special way. I want you to meet my friend, whose name actually means fire. Take a look.
My name is Kwabi Amwa Forson, and I'm a humanitarian from Tacoma, Washington, and I'm the owner and founder of the greatest vehicle in all of America, and that is the Peace Bus. Yeah, the Peace Bus is a platform I use in order to talk about the most important thing of all time, and that is peace. If you ask anyone on the street what they want out of life, peace is going to be in the top 3 things. So why don't we talk about it more? I put peace into action with my vehicle, doing local humanitarian aid. Now, people think of humanitarian aid being in Southeast Asia and Africa, which it is, don't get me wrong, it is, but people need help right here in the States. People need help right here in Washington State. And so whatever that means, like it could mean giving socks to people living on the street, going to schools and delivering books for those who need it, or even delivering food. That's what I do with my vehicle and my platform.
He's here with us tonight. Kwabi Amwa Forson is here. The Peace Bus. This guy has taken that Peace Bus to the southern border to have some important conversations. He drove to the nation's capital. He went to the Nobel Peace Prize.
That's right.
This is the real deal right here. Kwabi!
Thank you so much, Chris. You guys look absolutely beautiful. This is amazing. Okay, turn to your neighbor right now and say, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. This is amazing. My name is Kwabi, yes, and I am a humanitarian from Tacoma, Washington. I sure am. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What's up, Michael? And my job, you guys have great jobs, but I have the greatest job in the world. You know why? I get to talk about the most important thing in the entire world, and that is peace. How can we come together in spite of our differences? That's my whole job. And for the last several years, I've done several humanitarian campaigns. I was the Santa Claus for the city of Tacoma, giving out gifts to the children. Thank you. I've driven my peace bus, my baby blue bus from Washington State all the way to Washington, D.C., giving out hundreds of books to children. And I've also, this last summer, did a campaign called Every Kid Eats. And in Tacoma, every single day of the week, there was a restaurant where kids could eat for absolutely free. And last summer, we fed over 1,500 kids. It was wild. It was wild. Now, when I was first starting this, I never thought of my work being television worthy. But this guy, this crazy, cool, amazing guy named Chris Cashman reached out to me. And he said, hey, I want to put you on TV to talk about your work. And so I got on TV to talk about one of my first campaigns called The Peace Bus Journey to the Mexican Border. And I took my bus and traveled all the way from Washington State to the San Diego Border Patrol headquarters to interview them about the immigration crisis. This is 2019, as we all know, there's a lot going on in the media about the immigration crisis, right? So I got down there, got to interview them, and after that, the rest is really history. Since then, I've been able to work with amazing people like Michael Driver. I got to meet, love you too, got to meet with St. Brian and Chris Cashman, of course, and work with them to promote the most important thing of peace on television, right? And it's very inspiring because, you know, there's so much negativity going on in the world, but working with these gentlemen and promoting peace on television has been great. Right now, I'm working on a live audience talk show as myself as the host, interviewing influencers and celebrities, but not talking about the next album that came out for them. We're talking about peace and how we can come together, so I'm really excited about that. And I'm excited to be here today. Are you guys trying to hear some more awards? I can't hear you. Trying to hear some more awards or what? That's what's up. That's what's up. So the next category is multimedia journalist. Yes. And the nominees are? And the award goes to?
Link camera. You can see the light just went on, so it's recording us. Hi.
At 5 a.m., the security camera shows someone creep under his car with a flashlight and a saw. Minutes later, they took off with a catalytic converter.
He crawls underneath under his belly and...
Oh my gosh! Yes! It is an honor to be up here and in a room of people I have looked up to since I was in junior high. Eric Johnson, man, you are my guy. I remember sitting in video production class on our little computer, on one that maybe worked every once in a while, and I would look on the internet and watch your stories to figure out, how do I do that? And I wouldn't be standing here without all the people I've met along the way. Brett Alberry, an amazing photojournalist. Jeff Bollinger, all of my team members have helped me get here. I've learned so much from you. And being an MMJ, we're Tegna, we go MSJ. I love this job. I love being in news, and I am so excited to be up here, and thank you so much.
Congratulations, it's amazing. Our next category is, we're staying here in this category, multimedia. And the nominees, and the award goes to?
There was about a minute left. I drove in and I missed a layup.
And they called timeout. And so our plan was to foul one of their players, and specifically if he touched the ball. Otherwise, at 40 seconds, we were just going to foul anybody.
A little less than a year ago, my wife and I started the IVF process for the second time. It's a difficult process. Before the transfer in September, a few days before the transfer, my wife lost her aunt, and her mother lost her best friend in a plane crash here in Seattle. Her name was Janie. And there were 9 others that were lost, and I don't want to forget any of them. This is awesome, but family is everything, and my wife isn't here with me tonight for the first time because we just had our second baby boy. So, what do they say? You gotta do something with a story, or I don't know. But I just want to tell you, baby, I love you. You are incredible. I'm so lucky to have you. I know that my father-in-law and her mom are like, yeah, we know you are very lucky to have her. But I am. And to Janie's husband and her 3 grown children, Barb, Donnie, and Andrew, I love you guys. I'm so sorry. Janie, you're not forgotten, and we can't wait to see you again, not anytime real soon, but we know you're looking over us, and to Mary, her best friend, I love you, and please don't spoil my child any more than you already do. Thank you.
Congratulations. Check out his shoes, you guys. He has amazing shoes there, yeah. So we have our next category, and it is Reporter Daily News. Yes. And the nominees are, and the award goes to...
As the Zags battle it out on the court this March.
Maybe if they show it, let's see. Oh, we already had it.
With one eye on the kids, woo! And the other on the game.
Okay.
In Mrs. Comstock's classroom,
Let's get a high five.
there are lessons that go beyond basketball. Oh, wow. I mean, given the talent that I was nominated with, all my fellow nominees, I'm truly speechless to be up here accepting this right now. So I'll just start from the top. The Coles family, Stacy and Betsy, thank you. Neil, Patricia, Tracy, Paul, my current news director. I'd be remiss if I didn't say my former news director, Kelly Hatmaker, who's with Q13 now. He was the one that said, whether out of desperate need or just misplaced sense of belief, hey, Corey, I need you to go report a couple of years ago, and here we are today. So thanks to him, my assistant news director, Luke, who either reins me in or lets the reins go free, depending on whether or not he thinks upper management will see it, so I appreciate him. I would not be up here if it was not for the talents of Gabe Ferguson, photojournalist. It's just, and of course, my wife, Heather. Being the wife of a news person isn't always easy, so thank you so much. And thank you to all my coworkers here tonight, and I'm gonna keep doing this, I guess. I don't know what to do. All right, thank you guys so much, thank you.
Congratulations. Our next category is News Specialty Assignments. And the nominees, and the award goes to...
I mean, just sitting outside the Nike store, we've seen all kinds of people walk right by security, then run off with armfuls of clothing right off the rack. And shoe boxes, as many as they can hold. And it's coordinated, right? There's cars oftentimes sitting waiting for them as a getaway.
Not Kyle, but I'm accepting on his behalf. He couldn't be here, but worked with Kyle for the past 9 years, and as many of you know, one of the absolute best investigative reporters in this entire country and this region. So, congratulations, Kyle.
All right, congratulations.
Hang on for a second. I don't want to interrupt, and I'm not sure even how to tell you this, but there's a second Emmy in this category. And that Emmy goes to...
In our 3-month investigation, we searched through thousands of pages of documents and found that despite all this, officials at nearly every level brushed aside warnings and made decisions that allowed a predator to remain on the job.
I love a good plot twist. That was awesome. This is the best job ever, being an investigative reporter, and it is not an easy or a cheap job. It takes a lot of time to work, and I'm really thankful to my managers, Julie Wolf, Christy Marino, Tom Lonsby, for giving me the time to dig deep. But most importantly, without the people who trust me to let me into their lives, to talk about the most horrific things that have happened to them, this wouldn't be possible. And so I want to dedicate this to everyone who has let me in. Dawn Reed, the mother of Kimberly Bender, you are so brave for telling your daughter's story and making change in our state and the state of Washington. So thank you very much.
Absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. And the next category is sports, story, news, and the nominees are, and the award goes to...
The voices you hear and the faces you see are mostly the same. But take off the mask and you'll meet May. May looks different.
I like being different.
And sounds different.
I guess my experiences are different.
And wants to get the word out.
So Jake couldn't be here. He's with his family right now, showing them Seattle. He is one of the best upcoming reporters coming up. I know I said that about Daniels. That's fine. Sharif, that's fine. Jake is actually the one you need to watch out for. So Jake is amazing. Congratulations, Jake. You deserve this. You're amazing. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Our next category is short and long term, and we have our nominees. And the award goes to?
Dad always told me, you know, control what you can control. That was his big thing. The penalties and me complaining, him be like, stop complaining because it's not going to change anything. It was like he kind of set up a blueprint without knowing it.
Anyone coming? Okay, well, we accept it on their behalf. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Our next category is Sports Program Live. And the nominees are here. And the award goes to?
Each sheet of ice has a story to tell. It tells the firsts, lasts, triumphs, and heroes.
Anyone coming up? Yeah? There you go.
Thank you so much. I honestly don't really know what to say. None of us can really do our jobs without support, whether it's personally, professionally. The job is demanding enough as it is. I couldn't do what I do without the love and encouragement of my amazing wife, Em. I love you. But I also work with an amazing team of people, just two of whom are behind me. So I owe an immense debt of thanks to our friends behind the scenes at Root Sports, our tremendous freelance staff, and our partners at the Seattle Kraken. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys. And our next category. Our next category is Sports Program Post-Produced or Edited. And here are our nominees. And the award goes to...
We just learned how hard and how connected we needed to be just to have a chance at winning the game.
Trusting each other in the big moments. Both ends of the floor, man. Keep that up. Together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Together. Anyone coming up? They're coming. Okay, they're coming. All right.
The trail was a grind, to put it simply. Labor of love project, something we've always wanted to do for a very long time. Complete passion project. We love documentary work, and all of us are completely stoked to be able to work on it. Couldn't have done it without the amazing crew, so many people at the organization that made this possible, and couldn't have done it without any of them, all of our families, significant others, everybody supporting us all throughout the way. We love all of you, and thank you so much for this. It means so much to us. Love you all.
Thank you again. This is a huge honor. As Dane said, this was a huge team effort. So to those who couldn't be here with us tonight, Paola, Ty, Kevin, countless others, shooters, editors, it was a huge team effort. And just have to give a shout out to my wife, Anna. Thank you for your support and being there for us. And yeah, anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to thank all who have helped out along the way. It's been a wild ride. Really want to thank our players, though. Our players are asked to do a lot. Sure, they are paid a lot of money to do what they do, but they took a lot of time to help us out, and so we can't thank them enough. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, you guys. The next category is Sports One Time Special. And here are the nominees. And the award goes to...
Hey, on Seattle Refined.
Let's go Hawks!
We celebrate all things Seahawks ahead of tonight's home opener and Russell's return.
You know, if Russell gets sacked a few times, I'll be okay.
Oh my God. So I'm Jessica Rappaport. I'm the Creative Services Director and leader of Seattle Refined, and I cannot believe that we just won a sports award for their show. On behalf of the entire Seattle Refined team, which I'm so proud of, we are so proud of this special. We debuted new graphics, we debuted new music. It kicked off our coverage of the most important NFL game of the year, which is the Broncos coming in for the Seattle Seahawks. So thank you so much for everybody. Thank you, Como support team. And I'd like to recognize the whole Seattle Refined team, including Abby and Madison, who are here right there. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. And our next category is live sporting event. And our nominees are, and the award goes to...
Here's Larson right down Broadway to the outside. They score! It's Sharon McCann. Here come the Kraken. Everybody sings it. Wide of Quick. Jersey hit hard by McCann. They score!
Someone coming through? They're coming. Okay, all right, all right.
Holy smokes. It takes a Herculean effort to get these games on the air, so there's dozens and dozens of people behind the scenes. So thank you to all of them, first and foremost. I have a great teammate here, and Pat Brown is our director. Couldn't do it without him. Best talent in the business, JT Brown, who's over there, John Forsland, Eddie Olczyk, Allison Lucan, Nick Olczyk, Tom Glasgow, Ross Fletcher, the list goes on, cast of thousands. Seattle Kraken, great team partners. And of course, my wife for managing the chaos while I'm gone for an 82-game season. But thank you very much. This is amazing. And turn it over to you.
Thanks to Ryan, and thanks to everybody with the Kraken. Thank you.
Cheers.
And congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Kwabe Amoa Forson. Peace Bus, keep up with his great work. Thanks for rubbing elbows tonight,
Thank
buddy.
you, Chris.
Thank you to Kwabe. What a cool guy. Just remember where you saw him. It was on this stage before he was at the White House, ladies and gentlemen. As we are celebrating 60, I thought I'd give you a little perspective here because things have changed a little bit. I am holding in my hand, this is an actual regional Emmy here from 1969. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's like the American Girl doll version. It's cute. Rebrand these for the new Barbie movie. This was the real deal right here, and this actually belongs to Como. And I'm holding in my hand an Emmy-winning, this is how they had to turn them in. You thought you were on Emmy Express going, oh, I gotta upload, ugh. They had to turn this in film. This is an actual 16mm entry, 1963, black and white from the great Phil Sternholm from King 5. This is an Emmy-winning reel, and believe it or not, in those days, back in 1963, it was a rainy day in Seattle, go figure. Phil took out his camera and thought, maybe I could make it beautiful with a little bit of music, and it wasn't so easy in those days. And I thought, why not for fun on the 60th anniversary? Here is Phil's Emmy-winning submission, Rhythm of the Rain. A little sliver of history from Phil Sternholm. Cameras were a little different in those days. They're making a comeback, the same cameras. That's what all the teenagers want now, which is kind of weird. But really, really fun, and we're so happy that he would share that with us. And it does give you a little perspective here as you try to make sense of the media landscape, right? So many people leaving for digital, and you thought, Vice, that's where I want to go. BuzzFeed, that's where I want to go. MTV News, even shuttering. After 30 years, it's getting weird. But a sign of hope. It has been confirmed. Season 2 of Is It Cake? Coming to Netflix. You're just gonna have to get your own password because they're cracking down on that this weekend, as a matter of fact. So we've come a long ways, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our next group of categories here. This is for promotions. Take a look up here. We'll see your nominees. Perhaps this is the category for promotion And the Emmy goes to...
Because in a sport that spans generations across the globe, the love of the game is the language that unites us all.
Man, this is amazing. That video means so much to me. I coach a Little League team, and we approached them, and the whole community has just completely embraced me there. And it was great just to, incorporate them with Mariners, and they can see themselves in the future of the game. The kid at the end of that video, he was having a rough year, and, he saw himself in that video, and it kind of turned it around for him. He didn't make the All-Star team, but, he saw himself in that video. And, if I can help one kid and help, keep him going, that's just awesome. This is my first one. I did it. Mom, I want to thank my mom. I want to thank everybody that's been in my corner, my grandparents, my lovely fiance who's not here tonight. She's actually in Paris, so, if you could be somewhere, But I have a great team, great support from Root, Cody, Jeff, Ben, dream team. So thanks, everybody. Thanks, Root, for letting me be me.
Our next category, we're going to stay right here in program promotion. This is for a campaign. And the Emmy goes to...
As a team, we have one common goal and how we want to play. Now with the Emmy, Chauncey is implementing a great system for us where we're just playing freely. We like to make plays for others and create a lot of attention on the ball.
The Blazers on a 7-0.
Anybody coming from the Rose City? They are on their way. Let's give them some love all the way from the back of the room. What a wonderful problem to have. Hey, that's an Emmy recipient right there.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Trailblazers creative team, we do 100% of all of our production in-house. Very proud of that. We're hardworking, collaborative, creative, and one of our campaigns here. Very excited to share this award with the creative team. Thank you.
We'll stay right here in news promotion. Here's your nominees for campaign. And the Emmy goes to...
I am hopeful for inflation to come down.
I'm just excited to, travel. To find a good college fit.
That we will have a kinder, gentler world going forward. I'm hopeful.
Another great year with you.
Guys, I got up here so quickly. Are you impressed with my fast-moving skills? Well, first of all, I just want to thank the photographer of this spot, Joseph Huerta, of course. Who else would it be? I just got to turn his masterpiece, we got to work together, into something really special to wrap the year up. We worked really well together, and it was truly a joy. Thank you to the entire marketing team at King. Truly, truly amazing. This is my first ever Emmy, which is so cool. Amazing. So I love you all, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Way to go. Congratulations. All right, let's take a look at our next categories here. News promotion, this for the campaign, and this Emmy goes to...
Go talk to these people who are working every day, everyone involved in this ecosystem, and you'll see the optimism that they put forth even in challenging circumstances.
We help kind of lift people up, and it really is a really rewarding thing to do.
Unfortunately, I'm not Randy or Kevin, but I work with them. They are fantastic, longtime KGW team members. Our promotions team is one of the best, and so I want to thank them. The whole KGW crew, you guys are amazing. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Our next category, PSA. This is for a single spot or a campaign. There's your nominees. Let's find out who the Emmy goes to.
Ay, mamá, no necesito vacunarme porque ya me dio COVID.
Mentiras, qué falsedad lo que lees.
Escucha la ciencia y a tu conciencia.
Oh my God, that's like a labyrinth, figuring that out and getting here. I'm so sorry. This is very, very exciting. I was also kind of dreading this moment because I didn't want to go up here and hyperventilate in front of y'all, but I'm just want to say thank you to the Department of Health for being incredible and believing in this concept and allowing us to bring this campaign to life and give this amazing opportunity to Latino talent. And I also want to say thank you to our incredible partners at Invisible Collective. They were amazing. And also, of course, our team, amazing, C+C. And I also just want to say gracias a la comunidad latina por ser una fuente de... Yes, that's right. Gracias a la comunidad latina por ser una fuente de inspiración y alegría siempre. One of the things about this campaign that we wanted to, one of the messages that we wanted to send to people is always trust the voice of reason. And as a queer Latino immigrant, I always try to let that voice in my head be a reflection of where I come from and my culture and who I am, and never forget that. And if you keep that alive, listen to it, it'll take you far, and it'll make you make really good decisions, like writing a jingle for the Department of Health or getting a vaccine, which you should. You should listen to that voice. And thank you so much, y'all. Thank you.
Congratulations. Here come our nominees for commercial single spot. And the Emmy goes to...
How about an origin story? One with a kid born right here in Portland.
And another from Troutdale end up playing for the home team.
For a coming-of-age tale about a kid who wanted to fly.
Time to take off. And did he ever take off?
Justin, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I wasn't even paying attention that our nominee was up. So, and then I heard our name get called. So, big shout out to our team. We worked very hard for the season campaign. It was a lot of time and energy and just all around work from our staff. Just want to give a shout out to our organization for always giving us the opportunity to use our creativity and our platform to, create content. So.
Just want to say a big thank you to the Portland community. We went through a number of actors, actresses, ages, young to old, and this would not be possible without the incredibly diverse and talented community of Portland and the, Northwest and beyond. So thank you so much.
And nobody from our graphics team was able to make it. We have amazing motion graphics design team, and they did an incredible job on this piece, and really want to give a shout out to them as well. Thank you so much.
one more thing. There's a lot of folks who just don't get like the chance to be up in front of the stage or be in front of the camera or be behind the camera or whatever. This goes out to all those folks who just keep grinding for us. You really can't do it without you, so thank you so much.
Well said. Congratulations. We'll keep it right here on commercial. Here are your nominees for campaign. And the Emmy goes to...
Since the rivers first tumbled from the mountains to the Salish Sea, since the trees first reached for the sky, we were here, vibrant, alive, woven into the world around us.
Come on, Matt. Hey, about 2 years ago, Madrine White in the back brought us into Muckleshoot to redesign a brochure. And here we are 2 years later with ads all over the city, on billboards, on TV. I'm just so happy and so proud to represent the Muckleshoot Indian tribe. And I gotta say to the Muckleshoot tribe, every single day that we're lucky enough to come in and work with you and experience your culture and hear your stories, I just feel blessed. And thank you so much to you and your Duwamish ancestors. Here's to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I just want to underscore your point, and it's truly an honor to be recognized for our work, but the greater honor is the trust the Muckleshoot tribe has put in us to help tell their stories. We're truly humbled by the opportunity to learn from them and help share glimpses of their culture and rich history to the people in this region who now call this area their home. I'd also like to take a moment to thank our incredible team that enables us to do this work at the highest level. Our incredibly talented media strategist, Allison Monday, who's here, helps ensure the campaign is seen widely. And we have an incredible team of camera operators, editors, post-production wizards who ensure that the content looks and sounds as good as the source material. So thank you.
I'm Dick Bogle in the newsroom. The First Lady is in town, and a federal judge strikes down a major policy of President Carter's.
Dick Bogle was definitely one of my mentors. He was on the air at the ABC affiliate here in town when I first came to town.
Dick came along in 1968, and we became fast friends.
And he was recognized as among the first people of color to work in the television market there.
Dick had this wonderful, ebullient, cheerful personality. He was an up guy.
Linda Yu, Eyewitness News at OMSI.
I was back at KATU Channel 2 in 1975. I was so lucky to be able to work with such wonderful professionals. Dick Bogle was there. Kathy Smith was there. I realized that I was the very first Asian American to be on the air in Portland, Oregon, and I took that as a huge responsibility.
Working in television as an African American has been challenging because of the fact that I'm in this market. And there haven't been many people of color on the air over the course of the years. However, it is challenging sometimes, especially when, as a reporter, you go out into certain communities where you might be the only black person in the room or in the county for that matter.
I felt like I had to be a voice if I could hear something that was for the black community might have needed to speak out about.
My advice to the next generation would be to push through whatever the obstacles are. There will be people who put obstacles in your way, or there may be obstacles that you perceive that way.
There were young people who later on came, and I was so glad that I had taken my role seriously, who said, my parents are allowing me to go into journalism because of you.
I would advise any young person that wants to get into television to remember that chance favors the prepared mind. If you're open to a new opportunity, grab it. I took a job getting coffee for the talent.
Gas supply is already getting tighter in Oregon tonight, even before the impact of the Big Seven's new plan.
I end up being one of the first women anchors in the Pacific Northwest. It was quite a ride.
So many special moments to celebrate tonight. I see so many of you even have your statues on your table. You're enjoying some of that Walla Walla wine. Just don't get too comfortable because they do go rogue. I've had a few disappear on me. This is not for sale yet, but you can customize it. And this, I can monitor this 24 hours a day from my phone. I can see colleagues even come on by just to admire it. So if you're interested, come talk to me in the after party, and we'll see if we can get you set up with one of them. Again, this is the perfect segue. You might argue it's a professional segue to the category of crime, ladies and gentlemen. Here are your nominees for crime and justice, more importantly. The Emmy goes to...
Right now on Cairo 7 News.
This man is accused of throwing this Seattle nurse down the stairs.
Is it a feeling of safety that's gone away?
Oh, absolutely. Tonight, you stand to pay almost $50,000 because he's been waiting in jail.
I'm not Lindsay, but I'm accepting this on her behalf. I'm very proud to be the new news director for Cairo 7 News. Excellent team. Great job, Lindsay, and congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations, our next category, business, consumer news. And the Emmy goes to...
They know him as James the Recycler.
Yeah.
He's the James. People come to meet him.
The James.
James Neighborhood Recycling Service.
And his traveling James Neighborhood Recycling event.
Yes, we're at the James Recycling event.
So I have to thank my partner in crime, Laurel Porter, who is not here tonight, because she is expecting her first grandson. I think she has 4 granddaughters, and then is like, today her oldest daughter is scheduled to be induced, so she was like, she's hoping for that grandson. I want to thank our managers for the culture they have produced at KJW. Steve Carter, Greg Ristinas, John Tierney, they let us tell stories that really, really matter. And this is one of them. And I want to thank my wife, Carrie, who's like, you're going out on another story, and like, really? But like, and I want to thank the people we profile. In this story, it's James. We've done 3 separate stories with James, and his passion is recycling. So if I told him that, I won this Emmy and Laurel won this Emmy, he would look at it and go like, we need to recycle it. And it's in the number 3, so it's like, put it in that bin. So, thank you.
Congratulations, our next category right here in business, consumer. This is for short and long form. and the Emmy goes to.
So Hilos was founded from the belief that how we make things matters. And we're building the technology for an on-demand zero-waste future, starting with footwear.
Looks like we will accept this one on their behalf, and our next category will have to wait because we want to spread some more love in this category, ladies and gentlemen. There is a second winner in this category. And that Emmy goes to...
Now that it's actually here, it is hard to be like, oh, today really is the last day.
I'll see you soon. We'll see you soon.
Seeing customers say bye to our staff, that's been really, oh, see?
My customer, my co-worker, everybody, just like family.
Takes a long time from the back of the room to get up here. I'd like to thank Shannon G, producer Ron Chu, who's not here tonight, and the folks who run the Viet Hoa store, which actually had to close. They made it all the way through COVID, only to close because of crime and, well, anti-Asian sentiments. So thank them. Thank the Seattle Channel for hiring me and not firing me yet.
Never
We'll never do that. And Maria, I love you.
I love you too, Maria.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna add one more thing too, and this is kind of out of place. I have to recognize my friend Roberta. She's been 30 years in television. Tonight was her first Emmy Award. Yesterday, Silver Circle Award. So Roberta, love you.
Congratulations. Here comes our next category. This is for health and medical. This is in news. And the Emmy goes to...
That's the thing about time. We always think we have more.
It's a horrible thing to watch someone that you love die, especially from a disease that's literally eating them alive from the inside out.
Well, first thing I want to give a shout out to one of my good friends and one of the best reporters I've ever worked with on the story, Jamie Tompkins. She just did a phenomenal job on putting this together. Cancer sucks. And this story was about a guy named Dean North that was battling terminal cancer, and he chose to die with dignity. So they invited us to his house to document their last days, and it was tough. You know, we didn't know what we were walking into, and you know, we thought he'd be up in a chair, being able to talk, do all this stuff, but we walk in, and he's laying in his bed, no shirt on, can't get up, and he still allowed us to come in there and talk to him and tell his story. And it's, you know, I think we've all been affected by someone that has cancer, and you know, I think and I hope that they're proud that we were able to tell their story and do it justice. Speaking of cancer sucks, I wanted to give a little recognition for someone else that was also nominated in this category, Adam Thompson, who's part of the King 5 family. I didn't know Adam all that well. I met him a few times when I was in Portland and then here in Seattle. He passed away last year with an aggressive brain cancer. But the times that I knew him, the thing I remember the most was he just always had this like huge smile on his face, just like from ear to ear, and he just made you feel good. And you kind of watch him as a photographer. You kind of, when you're out on a crew and see all the photographers working, you kind of notice how they operate, and you can watch him, and it's like, you could tell this guy, he got it, you know, and he knew what he was doing and the way he was communicating with people. And you could tell just by talking with him and stuff that as good of a journalist as he was, he was even a better human being. And I think that's something we can all take away from, like, when you're doing stories, just remember you're a human being and just to treat everybody the way you want to be treated. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here on health and medical. This is for some of that short form content. And the Emmy goes to.
The ways we have now to improve sleep don't work for everyone. And sometimes they come with side effects. But imagine there was something you could wear to bed that could coax your brain into getting more deep sleep.
That's a long trip up. So this was the first episode in a new science series from OPB called All Science, No Fiction. And I am so happy and lucky that I got the support to create this show from Morgan Holm, the director of content, from my executive producer, Ed Yan. I want to thank Brandon Swanson, who was the photographer and editor on this, and really helped shape it. I'm just so thankful to OPB that when I went to them with this weird idea for a science show, they said, sure, try it, do what you can. And I did, and it's good. And so thank you, I appreciate it.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here on health and medical. This is for long form content. And the Emmy goes to.
She needs a liver transplant. So whether that be from a living donor or a deceased donor. She's on the list.
On the list. A list that grows larger every day. A list of mothers, brothers, fathers, sisters.
Ruby just welcomed a brand new baby brother, and she is doing amazing. So this is for Ruby and the entire Mumba family.
I just want to thank a lot of people working at KHQ. It's like a family, and I'm lucky enough to work with some of the best in the business. So this goes to these guys for giving me the opportunity to work on such a great show for such a great cause. Thank you.
Congratulations. We're jumping into branded content. This is for short form content. Here's your fine nominees. And the Emmy goes to.
So many young people in this community face a future devoid of promise, living lives they didn't choose, surrounded by circumstances beyond their control, impacted by trauma, poverty, enduring tremendous pain.
They are on their way to the stage, recipients of branded content. Perhaps we can get a Brooks running sponsor for next year. I'll work on that.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Julie Wuklik. I'm CEO of Believe in Me. This branded content was produced by Stage 2 Studios. And I just want to say, we are all here tonight because at some point in our lives, someone believed in us. And that instilled that spark of belief in us that got us to where we are today. And that's what this video was all about, is inspiring marginalized youth to believe in themselves. So thank you so much to Stage 2 Studios for their creative talent. Thank you so much for all the people that share their stories in our video content, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
So the website is believeinme.org. If you care about trans youth, kids that are marginalized, kids that are homeless, believeinme.org. Get involved.
Congratulations. We have a cool opportunity for you to take pretty photos backstage, but that's okay. You can go around. You can go around. Go that way. It's a giant loop. It's a giant loop. We'll edit this out. That's fine. Ready? 3, 2. Welcome back to the Emmys. We are celebrating 60 years tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and there's frankly no easy way for me to say this other than there's another Emmy in this category. How many looks do I have? And that Emmy goes to...
Well, I just texted everyone I know and said we didn't win, so now I need to text them back. I just want to thank amazing Kraken Ownership Group who really help us to produce amazing content like this. Namely, Jerry Brockheimer, who I spoke to one day, and he said, oh, if you're doing the open, I have a friend who might help with the music. And it turned out that friend was Hans Zimmer. So he composed the music for this piece, the Hans Zimmer. And we work with amazing partners and producers, both externally and internally. And I'm so grateful that we have that network to produce content like this.
Let's go Kraken, baby. What a season. Come on now. We're stoked. Thank you so much. Let's go.
Next category, we're staying with branded content. This is for the long form. Here's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to.
Knowing the history of heritage languages that were taken away, I feel fortunate that we have, thanks to the Alaska Native Language Center and the people before me, that safe place to store these heritage languages.
We will accept on their behalf. Congratulations.
Oh, hi, everybody. It's me, Joel McHale. Do you remember? That's okay. Anyways, hey, welcome to the 60th anniversary of the Northwest Emmy Awards, hosted by Not Me. I dressed up as a jazzercise teacher in celebration of the 60th anniversary of these Emmy Awards. I know there's a lot of new faces in the audience tonight, and that means a lot of new disappointment. Yes, many of you will be losers tonight, but many of you, a few of you, will be winners. So congrats to the winners in advance. Losers, let's just try a little harder next year, okay, everybody? All right, Montana, Alaska, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, have a great time tonight. I know you'll all be drinking, especially Montana. They're animals out there. Anyway, much love to you all. Good luck to all the winners again in advance. And losers, come on, you losers.
Thank you to Joel. This is the only show he's not currently hosting. We'll do the honors and take us right to our next category, informational instructional. This is for short form. Is this the category you've been waiting for? Let's find out who the Emmy goes to.
I've discovered in making this work that we all have these nostalgic connections to certain brands or certain foods, and they're connected to very deep, very real memories.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm accepting this on behalf of our colleague, producer Eric Slade, and the fantastic Artbeat team of Oregon Public Broadcasting. I have to say, so Labrie Rich is a felt artist, but that really doesn't quite capture it. She elevates and makes magical the mundane, as you may have seen in that very short clip, by doing things like making felted pizza or bags of corn chips. And most recently, that might be of interest to this audience, a full-size television set in felt. Through her sharing her creative process, her story, her journey, her craft, she teaches us how art can really reveal things to you and show you something that you've never seen or felt before. So we thank the artist for sharing her journey and her story and her craft with us, and thank OPB for supporting arts reporting, and thank you to NATAS.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here on informational, instructional. This is for long form. There's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to.
In this week's show, we explore the rugged edge of Oregon, a wild stretch of coastline called the Cape Perpetua National Scenic Area. And it's a different sort of field hunting that relies on a keen canine sense of smell.
Grant couldn't be here tonight, but a huge thank you to all the folks at KGW. And it's been such an honor to work with Grant these past 14 years. And thank you to our families for putting up with all the crazy weeks of travel and crazy hours. So thank you very much.
All right, congratulations. We're rolling. And our next category will have to wait because there's a second Emmy in this category. If you buy all 8 dramatic stingers, you might as well use them, especially at the 60th anniversary. And that Emmy goes to...
At only 8 miles wide, Lopez Island is known as the Jewel of the San Juans, and the beauty here matches the name. Known for its agriculture and friendly people, the island doesn't disappoint. On this trip, we'll see a variety of livestock raised here at Lopez Island Farm.
You know, they get nervous when you first come in and they all run away.
So this is what it feels like to be runner-up, I guess. The main career advice I've given myself over just a few years is surround myself with people who are much smarter and more talented than I am. And whether that's the people that we feature on the show, or the people that we work with at our production company, or the many farmers who give us their time and talents, or all you people who are much smarter than I will ever be, I think it's working out. So I'd just like to say, I'd like to thank our hosts, Christy, Tomas, and Val, Dave, and Kara, as well as my smoke show of a wife, Megan, and especially the many people who support the show, especially the Washington Potato Commission, Chris Voigt. And without our local farmers, we would not have been eating the dinner we ate tonight. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Our next category, in human interest, short form content. And the Emmy goes to.
It's so loud, it's no wonder people heard.
To me, I mean, I've seen plenty of SNJs at air shows and up close and stuff, but to see one fly over the lake where my uncle's in his SNJ still, possibly, it's you can't quite explain it.
I am not Felix Bunnell, but I am so pleased to accept this on his behalf. Felix has been an incredible historian who has told so many great stories about Seattle history, for Seattle Channel, for MoHi, for KCTS. Congratulations, Felix. You do a great job.
Way to go. Congratulations. Our next category features no nudity, but it is graphic arts. And the Emmy goes to... Do we dare accept on their behalf? I think we shall. Congratulations. Well done. We will make sure we get you that. And that brings us to our next category in audio. Here are your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
I know me better than any of y'all know me. I do want to win, and I believe that, that's the direction that we're going in.
They're trying to put a team now back around Damian Lillard.
It's hard for me to count them out, especially with Dame coming back.
Unfortunately, Fred couldn't be with us tonight. He's been our in-house composer at the Portland Trail Blazers for several years now. Always does an amazing job, and congratulations to him. We love working with him, and he makes amazing work. Thanks, Fred. Nice work.
Our next category, environment science. This is in news. Here's your nominees. Let's find out who the Emmy goes to.
We're coming for her.
The Laktamish people call her Scully Chucktanut. But here in Miami, where she's been held in captivity for the last 50 years, she's Lolita. She's legal property of the Miami Seaquarium.
Thank you. When I first returned to King 5, I saw the story of Raynell Morris, and she's the Lummi elder who started her quest to bring Tokatai, the last captured whale, from Puget Sound back here. And I went, wow, we've never heard this story through the indigenous voice. And so I spent weeks talking to her and seeing if she would allow us to go to her prayer ceremonies and do all this story to tell it from their side. And she was, after a long time, she was able to get a relationship built, and we were able to do this story. And with that, we actually ended up doing an hour-long special that we're live streaming, so we're very proud of that as well, and really following this story. And I'm going to say that I wanted to thank my husband, Frank Triponi. And for all these years, he has 2 Emmys, and I'm tied now. I do love you, Frank. I am nothing without you. Thank you.
I just want to dedicate this to the Lummi Nation. As Roberta said, their access really gave us a unique perspective on what this whale has been through and possibly the whale's future. We were able to go to Miami recently, and we did a whole special about this, but it started with the Lummi and really putting their story out there about the struggle to get this piece of their culture and their history back home. So very grateful to everyone at King 5, Julie, Christy, the Facing Race team who allowed us to do this story. Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank my buddy and old boss, Matt Brzezinski, for driving me to my shoot that day and being my B-cam. He's okay at his job. And all the hardware tonight for King 5, I'd like to dedicate in the memory of Adam Thompson.
Congratulations. Here comes our next category. This is environment science, but this is for the short form. And the Emmy goes to...
A moth's antennae are an evolutionary masterpiece of smelling. They can pick up on the faintest of scents. like the alluring bouquet of a potential lady friend, miles and miles away.
All right, science is freaking cool. And y'all don't report on science, but I'm so lucky every day to come and to find stories like that. This one from the University of Washington about the smellicopter. It was crazy. Once again, thank you to OPB for supporting the vision of all science, no fiction. Thanks.
Congratulations. All right, I'm not sure what happened, if there was a spill. There are some rules. Very clearly, one of you got an Emmy wet because it is multiplied, ladies and gentlemen. There is a second Emmy in this category. And that Emmy goes to...
If you wanted to study how aliens might think, but you didn't have the ability to travel light years into space to find them, where would you look? For scientist Dominic Civitilli, the answer is under the sea.
Once again, science on OPB. I love having a space for science. This one was for Oregon Field Guide, a show that has been going on for 35 years now, thanks to the support of people across the Northwest, not just Oregon. So thanks all of you who have helped us stay on the air for 35 years, and to Aaron Scott, who was the producer, and Stephanie Gordon, the shooter and editor on this one. Congrats to those folks. I am not either of them. Thanks.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here in environment and science. This is in long form. The Emmy goes to...
Once I knew that my well was so contaminated and that there were people that I love around me that hadn't been tested yet or didn't know anything about it, we wanted people to know there's a possibility you could be drinking this poison.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Thanks to our reporter, Hal Burnton, and photographer, Jenny Buchanan, who went out to Yakima to report this story with us. And thank you to Brandy Hyatt, who helped us to coordinate all the interviews for the story. But yeah, first one.
And I would just like to thank our editor, Danny Golowski, as well, and at the Seattle Times, where they support our video work. So, thank you.
My name is Claire Ann Harf, and I'm the executive director of MAPS Media Institute. And we're an educational nonprofit that serves youth all across the state of Montana, bringing free professional media arts experiences to them. Originally, we started off serving students in rural communities. And then over the years, we are invited by tribal communities to bring our program to them. We have year-round brick and mortar studios. And then from there, we pack up all our equipment and we bring our workshops to students statewide. We're here to make sure any student who wants access to story, connection, community, education, has access to the tools that can help them achieve those.
I think that within Indian country, it's very important that our indigenous people are allowed to speak their narrative from their perspectives, from their voice, MAPS has allowed our youth and our tribal nations to speak up and share from the heart where all of that comes from.
I am an insecure teen who thinks that I'm a strong young woman as well.
I see myself as someone that isn't going to make it out of the res. Improvement is like something that's always made me feel good. It's just nice to achieve something.
Ha, kone ishmi dagu yebi, dayawa chimnaga, makbia jusinuya, which means hello, my relatives and friends. My name is Little Cloud Woman. My grandpa gave me that name. It's my Indian name. And we say that it's because it's what Creator knows us by, instead of like Amelia Black Crow, which is my government name. My favorite thing is how amazing everyone is. We come from, the res, and like a lot of people don't treat us nicely, and we get a lot of judgment and stuff. When they came down, they were all so like nice and welcoming, and it was like amazing, and you could tell like they really meant it.
One of these days we're going to marry ourselves out of being Indian.
Okay, let's go ahead and play that. MAPS has really brought out my interests in film, and it's allowed me to meet so many amazing people, like so many kids like me, and so many adults that are willing to help me.
Culture, it means a lot to me because it's who I am.
I don't know of any other group that's doing those things with our tribal nations, and just youth in general, I want to emphasize that as well. They provide a voice that youth can speak up. The commitment that they make, it's always very real, and you can feel it.
I've learned so much about who I am, like as myself and in my culture. They definitely helped me find my voice.
Hi, my name is Scott Sterling. I serve on the Board of Governors for NATAS Northwest, and I am one of the regional representatives for Montana. I want to thank our president, Nicole, for producing this Trailblazers and Diversity series. It's so important. Nicole and I recently had the honor of visiting MAPS Media Institute in Helena, Montana, to put together this profile you just saw.
Yeah, we were absolutely blown away by this nonprofit. Not only the program itself, but the heart of everyone who's working there. They're truly trying to help young people find their voice. It is our honor to present MAPS Media Institute as the 2023 recipient of the Governor's Award. This is our chapter's highest honor, and the Board of Governors voted. And we all feel that this is an extraordinary achievement that they're doing every day, and it doesn't fit within the realm of our structured awards, but we believe you deserve an Emmy. Before you go.
Hey, everybody. Whew. Thank you so much for this opportunity, giving us a moment of our evening together. For all of the people we're representing here tonight. The list is long and in the tens of thousands. I won't say all their names. But before I get started, to the Academy, and to all of you, winners and losers. We don't think that way, but all of your work is so inspiring to the work we do. Yes, we're in education, but we're in media education. And so many of the projects here tonight we show to our kids. We use that as the examples to inspire them of what they can be, career paths or future paths that they can take. So thank you first for this opportunity. We're here representing the MAPS Board of Directors, past and present, all the staff. I've been with the organization for 10 of the 19 years it's existed, and we've had a beautiful, caring, and skilled, committed crew over the years who often take really big cuts in pay to come work for a nonprofit and deliver twice as hard. Obviously, to our students and their families, MAPS is an optional program for them. They don't get credit. Sometimes they do, but often they don't. And they choose to be there. So every single day they walk, they cross over that threshold, I give thanks, because they want to be there. And for some of them, it's something they want to do more than school. So, and to their families who support them and find value in art, in communication, in trying something new. Yeah. To all of our partners, and that starts with tribal nations. Montana has 7 recognized, and we've been fortunate to receive invitations from 4 of them. So to the tribal councils and cultural councils and the knowledge keepers of the Blackfeet Nation, Confederate, Salish, Kootenai, and Pend Oreille tribes, Fort Peck Indian community, Fort Belknap community, Rocky Boy, and the Little Shell, Crow, Cheyenne. Without those invitations, we wouldn't be able to do the work we do. So to give thanks to them. To the national agencies, particularly the National Endowment of the Arts, which I know supports many of you. Yeah, longtime supporter. And to many state agencies, from the Office of Public Instruction, Montana Film Office, Governor's Office, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, our delegation has always supported our work. And then to our, I think that's important to applaud in this climate especially, and remarkable in our state in particular. To our school partners, community partners, people who trust us with youth. It's not always a door that's opened, and in a big, small state like Montana, we're often invited to unbelievable tables, including one like this today. Before I share the mic with my colleagues, 2 more points. One, I brought these notes, not looking at them at all. This is in dedication to my business partner and to a brilliant, caring human who I know so many of you are, who started MAPS after a very successful Hollywood career. And it was one of the greatest joys of his life. Whenever he talked about his career, it was MAPS. It wasn't all the Hollywood films he worked on. And to his family, his wife, his parents, his wife and his children, their grandchildren. He left us a few years ago, but I know that holding this is adding to the power of his legacy. And then lastly, where am I looking, this camera? To the students we work with now, and to the students who I know we'll work with in the many tomorrows, I hope this inspires you to tell your stories and to have the courage to do that. And to welcome people who you've never met into your life and to trust us. Because your stories matter, as we all know. And your communities need you to explore those stories and tell them. And that, as this is testament to, people are paying attention to what you share. And before I pass the mic to Jana, I'd like to thank my son Zane To all the parents out there whose children know this term, could you give me 5 more minutes? My son knows that from a young age, and he's 20, and I know he is back in Montana, so proud. So thank you for this moment.
Love you. Oh, love you. Yeah. This is not plastic. I just wanted to say, Montana, Montana, where skies are always blue. Just kidding, that's Seattle. Apparently we've switched places. So I'm our communications and marketing director, so I would be remiss if I didn't tell you to look at your programs and just try to flip through them, and you'll get to the center page. Thank you, Nicole. And you'll see more about our organization, mapsmediainstitute.com. We are a program that provides professional media arts instruction for youth across the state of Montana, 8th to 12th grade. Sometimes we make exceptions outside of those grades for free. We do it for free so that we can provide more access to rural and First Nation communities across the state. And if there is someone who represents that more, I couldn't think of them other than this incredibly powerful young woman who I am going to let close us out.
Ha kona ishmi dagu yebi dayawa chemnaga amakbia jusinuia amaeab toga oyate demicha, which hello my friends and relatives. It is good to see you. My name's Little Cloud Woman, and I'm from the Grovant tribe, and I am super proud and excited to be accepting this award on behalf of the MAP students that couldn't be here to make it, and just thank you. Pina Maya.
Congratulations to MAPS. Big round of applause for our Governor's Award recipients. Way to go. All right, let's jump into politics, government news. Here are your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
Portland police officers are conducting a retail theft mission to crack down on this citywide epidemic, when suddenly, a suspected shoplifter takes off from the Mall 205 parking lot in Southeast Portland in a stolen truck. An officer throws spike strips.
But just congratulations both Kyle and Allison. So proud of both of you, and thank you to all the management at KGW. Really appreciate it.
Congratulations. We'll keep it right here in politics, government. This is for short form. There's your nominees. And this Emmy goes to...
So far, we've pumped 3 boats. That's about 150 gallons of black water that's not going into Puget Sound. Are we ready to go?
I'm ready.
So we're going to Penrose?
We're going to go by and see if they want one.
Do you need a pump out?
Thank you so much. This is a real thrill for our group, for Dave and Greg and Bruce and Jeremy. We've worked together for a really long time. It's a real passion of ours to try to cover government programming in a different way and to make it more accessible to everybody. So just thank you so much.
Thank you. I would just like to thank this team. They tell the stories of our dedicated Pierce County employees with incredible creativity and really high production values. They make it interesting and educational. They are amazing. Thank you.
Congratulations. Our next category, we'll keep it in politics, government. This is for long form. Here's your nominees, and this Emmy goes to...
Will DeWeese admits he's outmatched. It's not a fair fight. The 43-year-old handyman has no legal training or law degree. Yet for 3 weeks, DeWeese sat in the Washington County Jail on burglary and theft charges with no lawyer.
Again, I am not Kyle. Do you know what Kyle's doing tonight? Or today? He's playing golf. He's a very good golfer, and he was invited to this golf tournament, and he couldn't pass it up because he's good. Yeah. So again, I want to thank our managers for creating this incredible culture at KGW, making it a great place to work. And if you need to work on something that needs days to work on it, things do it because it's worth it. Thank you.
Looks like we are on the back nine. Our next category, photographer news. Here are your nominees, and the Emmy goes to...
You could put 200 security guards out there would not help out with the problem of smoking fentanyl on the buses. It's too widespread.
Metro drivers tell us their security guards are not permitted to physically remove drug users.
I have to say, I did not expect to be up here. That category is tough, and I appreciate you all. I want to thank my family for wanting to come out. My daughter just turned 16. She said, "Daddy, I want to come." Oh, thank God. Yes, I want to thank my producer, Julie, and all the fine folks at Cairo for just helping me do what I do. Thank you.
Congratulations. Hey, your daddy's an Emmy recipient. How cool. Way to go. We'll keep it right here for photographers. This is for short form or long form. You can just keep it rolling. And the Emmy goes to...
I remember he would show me poems, and I would feel so much, and I told him, you know, the world needs this. So many people could feel heard and understood if they were able to read these.
It looks like they were not able to make the trip, so we will accept on their behalf. And that brings us to our Community Service Awards. We are looking for Brian Callanan, our friend from the Seattle Channel, to the stage to handle the honors. It is all yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Chris. And if it's not aware, photographers, get a little closer to the mic so everybody can hear you, okay? Thank you very much. I know we're at a tough point of the evening here. We've been here for a while, but I hope I can keep your focus for a little while longer as we talk about the community awards about right now. And I wanted to pass this along to you because I really believe in this part of what I'm doing here with NATAS. It's been said that good artists know when their work is done, and I would say that great artists know when their work can do even more. And so that guiding thought is why, with John Yeager, I've chaired the Community Outreach Award Committee for NATAS for the past several years to celebrate our local TV stations that go above and beyond to do more for their community. From feeding the hungry to grappling with evolving challenges like suicide prevention and mental health, it is my honor to say we have a number of stations in markets large and small who are doing exactly what this citation calls for. They've involved their entire company in an effort to focus interest on and marshal support for a worthy community cause. So, when you hear your station's name announced, please come forward immediately, if not sooner, to accept your award and give some brief remarks. Congratulations to all of our nominees, and here are your winners.
In the small market category, this year's winner is
A way to love yourself again.
Yourself to the drum and then back.
We'll say it's okay if you don't want to share. But you hearing someone else's story, like, oh, that's similar to mine. They heal too. That is healing because you're releasing it.
Alaska Public Media for Mental Health Deep Dive, a multimedia effort to tell mental health stories and prevent suicides. In the medium market category, this year's winner is
You heard from Noah there. He said Joya's staff and therapists taught him how to feed himself, worked with him on speech, and some 15 years later, he is still overcome with gratitude.
KHQ with Joya Connect Center, which helped raise nearly $54,000 for pediatric speech, occupational, and physical therapy services. In the large market category, this year's winner is
Food insecurity in Washington State.
It provides fresh produce for a lot of people.
Starts with you.
And what we're most concerned about is access to healthy food.
It's a need that's only grown over the last few years.
We've seen a lot of people who have access to food bank for a first time.
But you can help.
King 5 with its Home Team Harvest, which worked with 400 food banks statewide to provide 21.5 million meals to those in need.
Side here, let's have Alaska Public Media speak first, please.
It's hard to represent an entire station of people for work because there's so many folks involved in this, right? Like, there's the news team, the marketing, the animation, the videography, the editing. There's so many folks involved in a station's worth of community effort. And we just feel so lucky that we got the opportunity to do work specifically focused on something that has values rooted in something we care about, which is mental health. And mental health awareness in Alaska is a huge issue that is not reported on enough. And we feel very grateful that we get to highlight that in our state. And I would love to open the floor to Adam Nicely, who kind of led our animated series on this issue, and give him a chance to say a few words.
Okay, didn't expect that. And this thing, will you hold this? Sorry.
Yes.
It's a bit heavier than I expected. You never know how these things are going to weigh. Obviously, there's hope. There's help has been a very important part of my professional life. In that I moved to Alaska in 2013 to work for an organization that is no longer with us. And for a time, I thought that I, was lost and out of steam. But Alaska Public Media saw me. They saw my potential. They believed in me. They trusted me. And it's an amazing group that I got to work for. And I am eternally grateful to them. Mom, Dad, hi. Sorry, before I forget. I can't say enough to what it means to. Like, if you see someone struggling, reach out, talk to them. It's important and it matters and it may feel awkward, but ultimately good things happen whenever you just reach out. And so I am thankful to my team who trusted me and everything. And to my husband, Daniel, you have my soul and my heart. Love you very much. I don't know what else to say. I did not prepare for this moment. I'm so sorry.
Up next, KHQ. Yep.
As our station president, Neil Bowling, said, this is the most important work we do. So it's a true honor to accept this and check Joya out. They do remarkable work in our community. Thank you.
And just one more thing, I'd like to congratulate King 5 as a member of the Northwest Harvest Board of Directors. I could not be more proud to have this highlighted. Congrats to all of you guys. Thank you.
And here's King 5.
So it is our honor and privilege to work with Northwest Harvest, so that was not planned. And the work we do with them each year feeds so many people in Western Washington. And people shouldn't be hungry. It's 2023, but they are. So if you haven't been to the Soto Market, go volunteer. It's amazing. It will change your life. And I want to do a quick thank you to Jay Ivanovich, who isn't here tonight. Jay put a ton of work into organizing everything with Home Team Harvest. And another big thank you is to this team who did a lot of work on it. And here's Alexis.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say 20 plus years of King 5 doing this, and we've raised 21 million meals last year. It's incredible. We raise that goal every single year, and it's incredible that we meet that goal every single year. So thank you all, and thank you to our viewers, and thank you to everybody who makes this possible. Thank you.
Congratulations. That takes us to video essay. Let's take a look at your nominees here.
The wait is over. Emmy night is here. Soon your name will be called.
Whee!
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Receiving an Emmy can be a dream come true, but you had better be prepared with some Emmy etiquette. When your name is announced,
Woohoo! Yes! Oh, freaking yes!
try to remain humble and make your way to the stage promptly. Remember, your walk to the stage may not be the best time for a status update.
Oh, sorry.
But when you do,
Excuse me.
and we know you will,
Ouch.
be sure to tag all of your old coworkers at the other TV stations. All eyes are on that stage, so watch your step. Your nerves, mixed with all that red wine, can make those stares a formidable foe. Now that you're the center of attention, you'll need to choose what kind of Emmy you want. Yes, you have options. The standard Golden Lady, the jelly-filled version, or the all-new Vaporizer Emmy. Only legal for use in Washington State.
Oh.
Although probably more popular in Oregon. Now, it's important to note there are many awards to give out tonight. So acceptance speeches should be kept brief.
But I wanted to thank my agent, my manager, my news director, my Twitter followers, my yoga instructor, my...
If you're unable to keep your speech short, we will gladly assist you off stage. Now you know what to expect when you accept. If for some strange reason your name isn't called tonight, not to worry. The regional Emmys will be available on Groupon later this summer.
Very handy information there. And now that takes us to video essay and your nominees. You'll know how to accept this one. The Emmy goes to...
No exceptions for art being produced with spray paint. So now I get a lot of people coming up saying, wow, you're doing all that with spray paint? Whoa, you know. Whereas before it might have been, call the cops on that guy. He's got a spray paint can in his hand.
Standing in for somebody else. I am not Pete Casson, but I accept on his behalf. I know a lot of you know Pete. I know a lot of you have worked with Pete, work alongside Pete, and we at the Seattle Channel are so honored, grateful to have him on our team. He's amazing. He is raising the bar for all of us. Continues to do so. Thanks, Pete. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Pete. All right, let's celebrate our editors. Here are your nominees for editor, news, and the Emmy goes to...
But 10 years later, Maze found a different playground. From an adoption home in Uganda to a home on the ice.
All I remember is I didn't want to do figure skating, and I really wanted to do hockey.
I want to thank everybody at King 5. It's one of the best places, it's the best place I've ever worked. I get to work with some of the most amazing people all across the entire newsroom, marketing, everything. I want to thank the HQBs, the Ahas, and Sabrina, the girlfriend. Not the girlfriend, but my girl. You know what I mean.
Don't worry, Joseph, we'll clean that up in post. He is one of the best, folks. And I do say, one of the best. Because there is a second Emmy in this category. And that Emmy goes to...
We followed different paths, winding through the stories of our lives.
All right, I want to thank everybody in my King 5 family. Thank you for letting me do the crazy things I do and giving me the crazy projects that you give me and letting me have the time to work on all those things. So it's really cool. Thank you to my wife and my son who are at home tonight. And anyways, thank you. And way to go, Joseph, too. So.
We'll stay right here with the editors. This is your nomination list for short form content. And the Emmy goes to...
There is a legend known to few, a legend of a giant. Ice in its veins, and spirit most defiant. All those who've heard the tale dream of the journey with the beast.
So Ryan and Aaron and team can't be here, but I just want to say thank you on their behalf. This is all part of the same project, which was monumental for us to put together. And I'm really happy I got to get up here because I texted my daughters and said I won. And they were like, Mummy, did you mention us? And I didn't. So Lara and Thea, Mummy did mention you on stage. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here with editors. This is for long form content. There's your worthy nominees. And this Emmy goes to...
Sometimes I felt like my whole self-worth was on the table, on display, in those 27 seconds. I was skiing for way more than me. I was skiing for, yes, the United States, but I was skiing for Montana.
This is such a huge honor. Thank you. I want to thank my family first, Stevie, my wife, my son Barrett, my parents, for their unwavering support always. Kelly Gorham, who created this film and put up with me for 5 years to make this film. Sheridan Tung, who created our amazing score. And Jeremiah and Luke, who created our amazing mix. And last, our general manager, Aaron Pruitt, who always says yes to these important stories. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Here's your nominees for Arts and Entertainment in News. And the Emmy goes to...
She pulls out a notebook, takes a seat on a rock, thumbs through pages.
Oh, sunlight looks nice.
And when she's ready, Beth Anna does something that doesn't seem to happen in life as much as it should. She looks and thinks.
It's my turn to say something, and thank you. And I just want to thank Como and this team, because I just have to say, being at an advanced age, okay, a senior citizen, it's nice to be able to stay at it and have the support and the belief, and this team is just incredible. So, and what a night. Thank you.
Joan is the best, and we love her so much. Thank you, Joan, for everything you do.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here in Arts and Entertainment. Here's your nominees for short form. And the Emmy goes to...
A big life-changing event was the Black Lives Matter mural that we painted in protest during the CHOP. that changed everything. It was a lot of strangers who came together to make a statement. Everyone had their letter and did their own design.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Moses' son, whom the story was featured on. He had a very powerful message, and I was really glad to be able to capture it and share it with everyone. I would like to thank all the fine folks at Seattle Channel who I work with. It's a great team. I would like to thank Nancy Guppy, who greenlit the story. So if it wasn't for her, I would not be able to have done this story. And most of all, I'd like to thank all my family back in Michigan, especially my mom. All right, thank you. Goodbye.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here on arts and entertainment. This is for long form. And this Emmy goes to...
Musically, he's considered the link between Sinatra and Elvis.
He's kind of a musical pioneer, but I would say he's also kind of a cultural pioneer. As a person who was deaf,
Sorry, I came from way in the back. This is for poor old Johnny Ray, who was queer, who was disabled, who spoke out for civil rights at a time when people did not do that in the 1940s. And Elvis Presley said that Johnny Ray inspired him. And a lot of people don't remember him, and they really ought to. He was the original father of rock and roll. And so I'm really glad to be able to tell this story, and I hope that more people get to know Johnny. And I really want to thank all of my wonderful colleagues, Dan Evans, who edited this. And I was up against a lot of my colleagues tonight, and they are so inspiring and so wonderful, and I'm so proud of all of you. And so, thank you very much.
It might make it. It's going to make it. 120, it's going to make it.
She's probably one of the better producers I've ever met, like honestly.
Accuracy, brevity, clarity are the ABC. And what I learned is there should be a D in there too, and that's Diane.
And she's a beautiful writer too. Just because she's not saying those words on the air doesn't mean her words are not being heard all over the region.
Jim is someone who not only understands the importance of good storytelling, but also his ability to zone in on the key factor and the key component of everything that he shoots and everything he directs.
And yeah, Jim could be pretty fiery in the booth, but he always demanded respect, and he always expected the best of you. And I think people who make the Hall of Fame, which to a certain degree, that's what Jim is doing with this award, they get there because they raise the quality of everyone that they touch.
One of the things I love about teaching film is that every student in the program can find something they do well. Film is a vehicle, but the content is supplied by the students. In terms of building a program, I think the important thing to keep in mind is to help students connect their passions to the projects that they're doing, to give them a diverse enough curriculum that they've got ample opportunity to discover their unique interests and talents. And I think that's part of why they work so hard.
I'm Pat Doris. Welcome to The Story. Welcome to The Story. Welcome to The Story. I'm Pat Doris. Welcome to The Story. Wow, well, what a storm that was, huh? Holy smokes. I've been a reporter here for more than 32 years now. And so I have some context and kind of the historical lens of what I've seen and what I've reported on. I covered the case several times in the mid-1990s.
Launching a jet off an aircraft carrier is no small task.
Well, Joe and I have been covering my ear because there's been several big cheers here.
We'll be up here letting you know how it all goes down.
I keep calling her Roberta. Her name's Bert. If you know her, she's Bert.
Bert started her TV career in the late 1980s, dreaming big. Big hair, big ambitions, and big moves from El Paso to Albuquerque to King TV in 1992.
Family and friends.
Bert quickly went from the new kid to the go-to reporter.
Snow in the mountains? Send her up there. Flood in the lowlands? Send her down there.
You know, Bert was in the trenches every day, live. And she was good at it.
They sent her because they knew her and her knack for storytelling. People just felt safe and comfortable telling Bert their story.
Because that is her superpower, and people will talk to her when they won't talk to other people.
There was one moment in particular.
Look at this guy. Yeah, that live shot.
What do you think? Tons of sequence.
If you had to remember her for something...
Everything sequence.
No, I'm sorry. At least it's tons of sequence.
Gotta love live TV.
When Joyce came to the weekend news at King 5, there were 3 guys. We were doing the newscast together, and she just was like this bright light that came and joined us and helped us keep that program #1 and even make it stronger. It's just who she is. It's her personality. I mean, this is the thing you want on television, somebody who comes through the television who feels like your friend.
I think Joyce very early on identified the areas that she wanted to make a difference. And I think those areas have to do with improving equity, improving access, particularly for the underserved, particularly for the poor. What she brought to the boards that she served on, she brought a passion to create access, to create a pathway to college, to education, and to create mentorship and success after college. And in doing that, she changed lives.
So Jeff, we're going to start from the beginning.
Well, I came over on the Mayflower.
Perfect.
Well, it may not have been quite that long, but Jeff Haight's 43-year and counting broadcast career began in his hometown of Spokane, Washington. Amazingly, he started at the same station he works for today, KHQ-TV. Hired as a part-time news photographer, his talent and moxie quickly propelled him into the role of chief photographer.
Once I realized what a news photographer did, that's how I started. Once I realized that I could go places and do things and meet people and see things that the general public doesn't get to see, I was all in.
Are we set? Ready? Okay. Kind of fell in love with the idea of broadcasting and working in broadcasting, and it seems like it's worked out. Well, I was always interested in it because where I grew up, there was a lot of wind, there was a lot of different things that happened. I mean, it was in Great Falls, Montana, and there was just all of this weather all the time. I mean, all 4 seasons. I've been doing other things in broadcasting, but I really wanted to focus just strictly on weather. I mean, and the community, and I really do both. I mean, I still feel that I do both of those. I mean, community activities and also the weather. But yeah, that all started right here at Channel 7 back in 1991. I appreciate everybody who has ever walked up to me at a grocery store, on the street, in a park, at an event somewhere, just to say thank you, because they always come up, they have something very nice that they want to say, and mostly they just want to say that they've watched every morning of what seems like their entire life, and I know that makes me feel old, but I still recognize the fact that they appreciate the fact that I'm there for them, and so I appreciate them being there for me.
Good evening. I'm Joan Cartan Hansen. I'm a NATAS Northwest board member and a member of the National NATAS Executive Committee and a Silver Circle recipient in 20-something. It's my pleasure to introduce this year's inductees into the NATAS Northwest Silver Circle. As you may know, the minimum requirement to be inducted into the Silver Circle is 25 years of service to our industry, but longevity is not enough. It means much more than that. It means giving to your community. Being chosen for the Silver Circle truly means making outstanding contributions all around. It's a long and difficult process to make these selections, so my thanks to the Gold and Silver Circle Committee co-chairs, Robin Wotanic and Sarah Givens, for this year's committee and this year's committee of inductees from previous classes. Let's give them a round of applause. It's a big job. We are inducting 8 truly amazing individuals this year, and the hardest part is having you hold your applause until I can get everyone out here, so hold on. Silver Circle recipients were recognized at a special reception last night, and if you've never attended one of our Silver Circle events, you should come. They're amazing events. And you can learn more about them in your program, along with the names of those who did the hard work of selecting the inductees. So joining me tonight on the stage, and again, please hold your applause, are Diane Bowers, Cairo, Seattle, Pat Doris, KGW Portland, Jeff Height, KHQ Spokane, Roberto Romero, King Seattle, Joyce Taylor, King Seattle, Jim Zimmer, KSPS Spokane. Now we have 2 recipients who are not here tonight, so let's recognize them. Matt Lawrence of Ballard High School, Seattle Public Schools, is unavoidably detained in Portugal, and Larry Gebert, a colleague of mine in Boise, so he passed away in April of last year, and Larry is greatly missed by his family and friends and his KTVB colleagues. So ladies and gentlemen, presenting the class of 2023 Silver inductees.
Tonight, as we celebrate our industry and our achievements, we take a moment to celebrate and remember our accomplished colleagues we lost this past year. They were our coworkers, competitors, friends, mentors, individuals whose immeasurable contributions made us work smarter and made our industry better. We pause to honor the colleagues who left us.
I love you all, and I wish I was 20 years younger and I could do it another 20 years, you know.
At the King County Courthouse, Drew Griffin, Cairo News.
I believe that if we do it right, if we dig down and go after what we need to, and we get the right words, and we get the right video, and we edit it the right way, and we have the right sound, it's magic. And I love magic.
All right, and we continue this evening with our next category in historical cultural. This is in news. Let's take a look at your nominees here tonight, some great ones. And the Emmy goes to...
Bruce Haney is the author of the book Eccentric Tales of Boring Oregon. He's also a boring historian.
Yeah.
The year was 1905, and the boring people were being terrorized by one man.
This guy named Free Coldwell moved to town.
Good evening. I'm not Devin Haskins, but I do sit about 10 feet away from him, so I feel qualified to accept this on behalf. I will tell you, none of you probably have seen the work that's recognized here, but this is an idea Devin came up with about a year ago for something very innovative, creative, kind of weird, kind of quirky, and he said, "Can I do this?" And we said, yes, do it. Yes, do it, make it happen. In our newsroom, KGW, Feisty Little Place in Portland, Oregon, we try to make creative, innovative stuff happen every freaking day. And thank you, Devin. Nice job. Congratulations.
Way to go. Our next category, historical cultural. This is for short form. There's your nominees. And let's see who this Emmy goes to.
Burt was known as a sporting man, a gambler and saloon owner, as well as a lawman. He was best known in the late 90s for having refereed a heavyweight boxing match, a fight he was accused of throwing by declaring the clear loser the winner.
I guess I'm the designator thanker. I'm the producer of Mossbacks Northwest, but I'd like to thank Stephen Haig, who passed that honor on to me, and of course Skip, who, as you know, I'm Knut Berger, who is Mossback, and he does an incredible job telling stories, and I'm just honored to be able to help bring those to life. And I'd also like to thank Allegra, our illustrator, and Resty, our photographer, and the greatest team that you could ever imagine working at the Crosscut/KCTS 9. We have 3 Sarahs on our team, so your team ain't nothing if you ain't got 3 Sarahs, okay? But thank you very much.
Congratulations. Our next category, historical cultural. This is in long form. There's your nominees. Let's find out who this Emmy goes to.
Planet Oregon didn't just have numbers, it reached into the highest echelons of power.
We had a governor who was Klan affiliated.
It's a political machine, it's a national purity crusade.
I really have to thank our editor, Lisa Kellum, who struggled with me to put this story together. It was a really hard story to do. History is hard, and history is important. And these stories are so important to do so that we can learn the lessons and not go back to the way things were. So I'm so honored and pleased that I was able to do this piece. So thank you to OPB for allowing me to do it, and my wonderful colleagues for supporting me. Thank you.
Congratulations. Our next category is Live News Producer. Here's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
And we're now a little over an hour away until the game. And KOMO News has every angle covered as we inch closer to kickoff. KOMO's Molly Shannon, sports director Dika Tamurian, join us live from Lumen Field. So how's the atmosphere down there, guys?
Well, Mary and Eric, it is what you would expect at a Monday night football game.
Never thought this was going to happen. It's a packed category. I've worked with 2 of them, Keely and Kevin, and I know they're tough, and I hear from other people, Keely mainly, that the rest of the category was also pretty tough. I can't take this credit for this all myself. I work with a great team. Everyone who does their job, the editors, the writers, the anchors,
the photographers, the reporters. I can't do my job if they don't do theirs, and they're amazing, so thank you. And mostly, I want to thank my wife, Allie, who's sitting right over there, and our 2 kids, Walter, who is almost 8 months old, and George, who just turned 3. 2022 was a hard year for me. My dad passed away at the very end of 2021. He usually watches this on the live stream, so this goes out to him. So thank you.
Congratulations. All right, let's take a look at our next category for you directors. Ooh, let's find out who this Emmy goes to.
Up here to accept this on behalf of Aaron and Ryan, and Aaron wanted to thank his wife April and his 2 kids, Walt and Arlo. And Kraken, we made it. Game 7 of round 2. We're coming back next year for the Stanley Cup. Let's do it, baby. Thank you.
Congratulations. Our next category, Hollywood can't use them, but we can. Writers, news. And the Emmy goes to...
Diversity and inclusion have never been a strength in this sport.
That's it, Nina. Great job.
And you can't embrace the future without first addressing the past. Ice hockey was invented in the United Kingdom and caught on in the country nicknamed the Great White North. I think back, I start with words, but again, I say I just want to thank a teacher that I had back at Curtis High School in University Place, the place without a university, like Perry. Connie Silvernail, who actually taught a class called What Are Words Worth? And she said to me at a certain point, "You have a good voice. You're a good writer. You should think about that in the future." And I don't have a lot of regrets in life, but one regret is I never told Connie, thank you. She passed away. I had a chance to talk to her husband a few years ago and told him how much she meant to me. Thank you, Connie Silvernail, for the lessons you taught me years ago that allows me to win an award like this. Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll stay right here on Writers. This is for short form content. Some worthy nominees, and this Emmy goes to...
What's up? My name is Dan. I have a couple pretty good part-time jobs in the sports and music industry. But recently I took a gig as an art director, helping to design the new Statement Edition uniform for my favorite team, the Portland Trail Blazers.
Anybody in the house for this one? All right, here it comes. Way to go.
Accepting this on behalf of Billy Olson. He's been leading our creative department at the Portland Trail Blazers for many years. Super talented, great writer. If he was here tonight, he would buy the first round at the after hours, but he's not, so dang it. Thank you.
Congrats. We'll stay right here on Writers. This is for long form content. There's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
In 1925, tens of thousands of Ku Klux Klan members paraded through the streets of Washington, D.C. Nationwide, the Klan was at its height, with millions of members.
First of all, I'd like to thank
my boss, Nadine Gelsing, who's retiring this year, who I was competing against. She's been a great inspiration to me, and I'm very grateful for that. This was a difficult piece to put together, and I've been an OPB for 20 years, and I think this one makes me the most grateful and proud because it was hard to do. And sometimes people just don't want to look at history, and we need to. So we remember what happened and we don't do it again. So I'm really grateful for this. Thank you.
Congratulations. Here to talk to us about our all-important student scholarships, please welcome Katie Hall.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's late, but just hold on for a second. We're going to talk a little bit about our scholarships. And one of the reasons why we are here, we're at the 60 years today, and we want to be here in 80, 90, and 100 years. So I'm here to represent two of our scholarship recipients that won this year. First up is Mackenzie Davison over at University of Idaho. She's doing an internship right now out in Minnesota, so she couldn't join us today. But let's give some kudos to her. She's one of our $5,000 scholarship recipients. And we also have Corey as well, Corey Kwan. And Corey is at College of Western Idaho. Let's give it up for Corey. I'm gonna take 30 more seconds of your time. I just have two requests. If you open up your book and you turn to page 18, there's a cool little QR code there at the bottom. You can give $5, you can give $10, you can give $25, but we are asking you to help us replenish our scholarship dollars so that we can continue to invest into the future of broadcast journalists. With that being said, I want to thank you all, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Take care.
Thank you, Katie. Our next category, News Special. Here's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
I work for Rite Aid, and I'm a floor supervisor. That is a regular 9-to-5 job. I don't look like I'm homeless, but I am.
Wow, okay, I'm not Kyle Boshi, but I'm finally accepting one for myself, so thank you. I first and foremost want to just thank and call out all of the people who spoke to us, especially the people living on the streets, who were vulnerable and brave and spoke to us for this documentary to show people what it's really like to live on the streets, the people helping people live on the streets, the people, the first responders, the firefighters. They're all doing magnificent work every day under incredibly difficult circumstances. And so all of them were very brave to speak to us about a topic that is very difficult to speak about. So thank you to them. Thank you to everyone else. My beautiful wife, Allie, Steve Gregg, thank you so much. Everyone on this team who can't be up here. These wonderful, wonderful photographers, videographers. We can't do it without their visuals.
What the public typically sees as a nuisance, it's important to report that these people are people and they have stories. So let's challenge each other to do better this next year and revealing those stories to our audience. Thanks.
Congratulations. We'll stay here on Breaking News. There's your nominees. Let's find out who the Emmy goes to.
Good morning. We interrupt your regular programming to bring you breaking news right now. Police say one person has been shot at Ingram High School in North Seattle. This is a map right now. We have...
Folks, every nomination in this was for a very tragic moment in the city. We all did a great job, I think, covering that. It was such an important story. We're honored to be nominated with our colleagues in this. And so many people, besides the one you see on stage here, were part of that. This was an all-hands-on-deck effort. We thank everybody at the Como family, and they are the greatest. And thank you for this.
Congratulations. That brings us to Spot News. Here are your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
It was in the living room by the couches.
They cut through walls and tossed out debris. And hours in,
Got her? Did you get her? Yeah. Oh my God.
They discovered the 3-year-old lab.
This was actually a really fun story to cover because it was good news in the end. Thanks to our desk for catching this super quick, our producers for like sending us because we were working on other stuff and we were like, should we even go out? Turned out to be an awesome story. And Mike just getting these amazing images, and people for riding with us and letting us like get these shots because it was a wild scene. Thank you.
Congratulations. Our next category is continuing coverage. There's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
Just over 2 years ago, Dawn Reed was at her home on the Quileute Indian Reservation in La Push when her daughter needed help.
This is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Forks Correctional Facility.
Wow, what an honor. I first want to say thank you to the people standing behind me. Michael Botsford, who was incredible help for this series, worked a lot to get the shots I needed. Jason Goots, who worked relentlessly on the graphics for the series. Mike Baker, who was not here today, but he was the one who was up late at night saying, oh, he was just checking the court system, looking at documents and saying, oh, you gotta check this out. He alerted me this investigation, which ended up resulting in a change in state law, which leads me to my next thanks to the family of Kimberly Bender. There is now a law called Kimberly Bender's Law, and I wanna dedicate this award to Kimberly Bender because, and Morgan Lee and the other men and women who've been preyed upon, sexually preyed upon, while they're in the custody of people who are supposed to protect them. And this investigation led to a law that will make it so there's a deterrent for people who want to abuse their power. And so for her family, who was brave enough to speak up, it means the world, and I'm hoping that this doesn't happen again. You guys want to say a few words?
Thank you, Taylor, for being such a just great investigative reporter and sticking with stories for people that deserve to have their voice heard. And I'd like to give a shout out to this man right here, Jason Goots. He's like the most underrated guy in the King 5 newsroom, but keeps things afloat. He works so hard. I worked across the way from this dude for like a year and learned so much from him. He's so nice. He's willing to stop what he's doing just to help you out. And I love this guy right here.
I was going to be background guy, but first off, thank you too for working with me. Last time I was up on this stage, I jumped up and down, and I went back to work at the Brooks Shoe Warehouse, picking shoes and sticking them in larger boxes. And I would just like to thank my family for working, helping me out through that tough time. Matt Mrzinski for getting my foot through the door twice. Kevin Glantz for being such a great mentor. And Russ Walker and Cheryl Carson for actually hiring me onto King 5. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Here comes our nominees for team coverage. Worthy nominees here, and let's find out who this Emmy goes to.
They're moving very slowly to try and tell you the story of how bad it is and how important it is to stay home if you can this morning. Let's get right out to Komos Theranzon, who is live in Bellevue right now.
Hi, everybody.
I'm Shannon. When you're forecasting weather anywhere, it helps to have a lot of experience, like decades of experience. And ice storms don't happen very often around Western Washington, but I have experienced them and reported on them 3 times. The first of which was when I was 21. In 1995, we had a little station on 333 Dexter Avenue. Northwest Cable News, we were the cable kids. They didn't trust us enough to go very far with the big story, so they put us up next door at the Holiday Inn, make sure we'd show up, which was probably a very good thing. Second time was at Como with Doug Pigsley, part of the Heroes team here. Again, he picked me up to make sure I'd get to work, and we sat on the bottom of Queen Anne Hill and watched everybody skate down with Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel. Third time was in the end of 2022, and I thought, I've got this. I know what's going to happen. It's going to be 42 degrees by noon. I'll get to work, no problem. It'll be easy. So tried to get down my driveway at noon, and turns out I should have had Doug come pick me up. I think I did call Doug to see. Or stayed at the Holiday Inn because I couldn't get to work. So my 3 years of experience, or 30 years of experience doing this, didn't get very far. I had to crawl across the neighbor's yard, called Como, said, I'm not getting in. They sent our operations manager, who had just recovered from breaking maybe 18 bones, I think, and he came and picked me up, and I had to get out to the corner, again, was crawling across the sidewalks, and eventually made it in to report this time too. So we thank you for helping us get to work. It was a tough day to get there, and turns out it was a wonderful day to do some weather coverage.
I just want to shout out the morning crew for working so hard to cover this. We were super short-staffed, and TK was like our hero. He got us live views, he picked up Kelly, and we couldn't have done it without TK.
We couldn't have done it without you.
So, thank you, everybody.
Our next category is investigative. There's your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
Over the last several months,
Your Honor, the suffering here is egregious.
our cameras were rolling
I have anxiety.
as a record number of defendants deemed incompetent to stand trial filed into court.
He has now been incarcerated 4 months.
Hello. So unfortunately, Susanna Frame and Kellen Harrell are not here to accept this award, which is unfortunate because they did the lion's share of the work. Now, if Susanna was here, she would say something brilliant, so I'm not going to even try. But for Kellen, I just want to tell him, when he first started on this investigative unit, I told him, hey, you're going to win an Emmy. It's just going to happen because our investigative unit is the best in the country. And I'm happy to tell him, I told you so.
And Eric's right, the investigative team is incredible, so congrats. Thank you.
Way to go, congratulations. They are great, but I dug a little bit deeper, and you might not believe what I uncovered, unless you believe that there is a second Emmy in this category. And that Emmy goes to...
Lurking inside countless Metro Transit buses.
It's all day, every day.
Is frustration over dangerous fumes arising from America's deadliest drug.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you to my left. I would not be standing here before you if it weren't for this intrepid, very adventurous remote producer, Julie Berg, who got on a Metro Transit bus when it came up with this crazy story that people are smoking this mysterious drug on the bus and it's making everybody around them sick and the driver's sick. And she literally sat in shit to make this happen. And everybody I work with knows this is true. She wrecked a pair of jeans, and that's why we're here. Jeff Ritter, thank you. Jeff Ritter, like the best of us out there, is really, really good at taking a flurry of visual information and somehow assembling it and taking it from here and going right to here. And that's what you do. He's a genius. And this is the first big project I did with these two. Another shout out, there's a guy watching online. It's the guy who tipped me off to this story. His name is Greg Woodfill. His name can come out now because he's a Metro Transit supervisor, and he took great risk to his career to tip me off and said, something on the bus is making everybody sick. You gotta get on the bus and check it out. And we did that. And so we appreciate the station's time in doing that. And my wife and I, Elizabeth, we lost a guy named Timmy Thomas to fentanyl a year before we started this project. And I don't want his death to die in vain. With the people that are here, we have to tell these fentanyl stories because people are dying. Children, kids, they're dying. And it's really important to touch their hearts to make sure that people like Timmy Thomas, God rest your soul, you didn't die in vain. We got to stop this. Thank you for your time.
I just wanted to say thank you to Cairo's management that lets us do these sorts of things. Pat and Tara and now Laura. Wanted to thank my husband who is just so patient and my kids. And you know, I'm just so lucky to come to work today or every day and work with such incredibly talented people. So thank you.
I was very fortunate to have had the opportunity to meet Georgia Davidson in the mid-70s. And Georgia was quite a unique woman. In 1952, she signed on KIDO-TV. In 1953, that became KTVB, the station that we know and love today. This was very rare that a woman purchased this TV station and actually ran it.
My name is Ana Velasquez, and I started in this career, this industry, in 1997.
My name's Aaron Coons. I started in the broadcast arena back in 1993.
I remember actually working and waking up, going to work, saying, I get paid for this? Really? I mean, every day was really fun. I feel very, very fortunate that I haven't experienced, too much of negativity in this job, but I remember specifically this lady was yelling out her window trying to tell me that she has an important story to tell, and I said, call the news desk. And she said, well, you Asian. Later on, I thought about, why is that? Why do people think that's an insult? Why do they have to throw that in as an insult?
I was really the only Native American on air. We had some Native American folks working behind the scenes, so you didn't get to see them or know who they were, but I felt like I was really embraced by not just my coworkers, but by the community. The Shoshone-Bannock tribe is right there. It's a big presence in eastern Idaho. It really does surprise me that we didn't have a little bit more inclusion with folks from the Shoshone-Bannock tribes on air in eastern Idaho, given just how big the Shoshone-Bannock tribe is.
Georgia actually was sitting on the NBC affiliate board. There were probably close to 120 men, and she was the only female. That was a very, very unique accomplishment at that time.
Having a mentor is vital, I think, to these reporters. I didn't have that at my first television job.
One of the greatest joys of my position now as a news director here, for the past 8 years, I've been able to mentor and coach and teach the young reporters things that I wish I knew when I was a young reporter, because you kind of pass on that knowledge. So in a way, you're passing on your legacy.
I have spent some time out at the Shoshone and Bannock tribes since, and they say, well, if you can do it, so could we. And that really makes me feel good.
She was a pioneer. She lifted us all up with her accomplishments and just that knowledge that, yes, we belong and we could do that too.
Our next category, Program Correspondent. There are your nominees, and the Emmy goes
When I was in
to...
high school, I used to do art with pointillism. I started thinking, if you can make a portrait out of dots, why can't you make a portrait with lowercase e's or asterisk signs?
First, she taught herself how to type a shadow. Then she moved on to animals.
Thank you. How many decades older are we all now? Thank you for sticking around this long. I just want to say this is lovely, but like 2 of my beloved coworkers are also in this category with me, and our show is the longest running show in the nation now, I think. And it's because of everyone that I work with, and so this is shared with them and literally everyone else on our small team. And I'm so grateful, and I'm grateful for all of you in this room. Joan Kinsey, I see you, because you used to be with us. And my friends from Boise, Idaho, and my husband, who used to work in TV too. I love you all so much, and everyone at King. Thank you so much. This is lovely. But also, Jose and Jimmy, this is yours too. I love you so much. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next category is for Program Host. Here is your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
Attention! I have some lightly worn socks that I would like to donate. There are just a couple of holes in them. Also, you have won for Best of Western Washington.
My wife told me not to, thank you. Anita, love you. She told me not to run up those stairs, and I just did. Because a couple weeks ago, I fell off a unicycle, and I pulled my hamstring. But that's the kind of dedication we all have to have. I second what Kim said. I mean, we have this little band of pirates. It's like a little more than a dozen people who put on a daily show, day after day after day. And I'm just amazed by everyone that I work with, and the fact that every one of them on the staff are storytellers. You know, there's photographers, there's editors, there's hosts, there's reporters, but every one of them goes out and produces stories, writes stories, picks up a camera if necessary, edits if necessary, and I just, day after day, I'm amazed by what we're somehow able to put on this show. So thank you so much. I feel really grateful, and thank you all.
Congratulations. Our next category is for sports. This is for play-by-play or an analyst. Let's find out who the Emmy goes to.
Grant steps out trying to set a screen for Dame, and then Grant will receive the ball, checked by James. Here comes Jeremy into the lane to the glass. Powers up and in! Jeremy Grant powered it up and in, and a timeout called by the Lakers.
Anybody coming from play-by-play? Can somebody do the play-by-play in the crowd? Is anybody coming? Anybody whirling down the lane?
Wow, thank you. That's really fabulous. Thanks so much. I should be glib and articulate, but I'm speechless, actually. I first want to recognize Elise Woodward from Pac-12. I've known Elise for a million years, and she has done just a remarkable job of honing her craft as a play-by-play person and analyst, and I've just got great respect for her. And John Forslund is brand new to the market, his second year as the television voice of the Seattle Kraken, and he's one of the best broadcasters I think I've ever heard in any sport. So this is indeed a great honor. And I'm reading straight from your program here, so you can read along with me if you wish. My thanks to Jeff Curtin, our director of broadcasting, who just did a marvelous job for so many years. Dan Hyatt, our producer, I thank both those fine gentlemen. Lamar Hurd, I thank all of you for Lamar as well. He is part of this category. Brooke Olzendam, our sideline reporter. John Burns, our TD. Johnny Mack in graphics. John LaCroft, our lead replay guy. Justin Hyatt as well. And Michael Holton, one of a really fine analysts as well, does our pre and post game stuff. Thanks so much. This means a lot. It really does. Thank you.
Good golly, Miss Molly. That's Kevin Calabro. Way to go, Kevin. Let's keep it right here in sports and take a look at our nominees for Anchor. And the Emmy goes to...
You play 2 hours, you could burn anywhere from 1,500 to 3,000 calories. And we all love each other in the great sport of pickleball. Everybody just seems to get along. There's just so many good people playing this great sport of pickleball. Why not?
I am not Chris Egan. For the record, I am his boss, and I told him to take tonight off, but he didn't. He is getting ready for his newscast. But he did send me this text, and it says, "Great show, go King 5. I'm headed back. This is lasting really long. The sports anchor Emmy is still a long ways out. If, for some reason, I win, can you please thank the sports team? Paul, Tony, Joel, Jake, Alan, and my wife and kids, and stop stealing my megaphone from my desk." So congratulations to Chris Egan. For those of you that know Chris, he is an incredible sportscaster. He has so much energy and so much heart. Everything you see from him on TV is exactly the Chris that he is in the newsroom. We are so lucky to have him on our team and as a part of our King 5 family. So congratulations, Chris. I will be texting you.
Our next category is for Anchor Weather. Let's find out who this Emmy goes to.
And I thought maybe the fashion part of the job is detracting from my job itself. Honestly, comments about my wardrobe distract me as well, and I just wanted to see what would happen if I put all of the focus on the forecast.
I am not Bree Eggers, if you didn't notice. But I am the morning meteorologist at KTVB, so I've worked with Bree for a long time, and so proud of her for winning this. And I have to say, I kind of feel like I deserve this a little bit because she told me that some 20-some-odd years ago, a meteorologist came to her school and talked about weather. And that is what kind of spurred her on to go into meteorology. And then she told me it was me. So I'm very proud of that, very proud of Bree. Bree wanted me to say, if she won, and she didn't expect to be, she said, "I'm always a bridesmaid, never a bride." She said, "Be sure and dedicate this to our colleague Larry Gebert, who passed away last year, and our colleague, Sweet Tea, Teresa Palmgren, who passed away at work just a couple of months ago." So thank you very much for Bree on her behalf. Bree is no longer at KTVB. She's retired for a little while to spend some time with her littles, and we're very happy to her. Thank you.
Congratulations. Here comes our nominees for Anchor News. There's your nominees, and the Emmy goes to.
And then you have that information about where parents were asked to stage as they waited to get some updates on what was happening. Police have said they have secured the school, that reunification site that we've been talking about and some of our reporters have been talking about, 135th.
I feel a little weird because I have a very similar story to what was shared just now.
I want to thank Joyce Taylor. She came to my elementary school in Kent back in the 1990s when you were anchoring with Dennis Bounds, and that moment had a profound impact on my life. It generated an interest in this industry, and ironically, my family was a Como family growing up, so to follow in the footsteps of Dan and Kathy and Bruce and Steve and Eric, and to even win an award like this with some of the greats that I've admired throughout my career and admire in my life. This is a huge honor. I want to thank my morning team family. I love you guys. And to Philip Bruce, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm very proud. Thank you so much. Huge honor.
Congratulations, and here to tell us all about the Student Awards, the voice of Boise, David McKenzie. David.
Thanks, Chris. What's up, Seattle? It's Emmy night. Super exciting, and congratulations. David McKenzie here in Boise. In the just past 2 weeks, we announced the winners for this year's NATAS Northwest Student Production Awards, an online presentation. And we had almost 180 high school and college entries from across 6 states in our region, and the judges saw some incredible work. To check out the award presentation and the winners, please head to natasnw.org. Look for the Student Production Awards sections to find the links to the award announcement and the full list of nominees. Thanks again to all the schools and the students who entered. Chris, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, David.
So I got my start in Alaska broadcasting in 1988, and I went to KYUK, and the YUK is the word yuk for person in the Yupik language.
The big worry, would the timing of the King Run keep their nets out of the water?
And the next best job was at KTVA Channel 11 when I got to work on the Frontiers program.
I'm originally from a very small village above the Arctic Circle in the Brooks Range of 60 people. I always felt or compelled to become a voice for the Native community.
Today, the Alaska State Satellite System sends television signals into the frontier.
I was very honored that I was selected to be the first anchor of that statewide newscast. There weren't very many Alaska Natives in broadcasting at all. In fact, I can't recall anybody back then.
Now, my dad, Mel Sather, he's been in broadcasting since he was about 15 years old, back in 1959.
He built stations in Unalakleet, in Chivak, St. Paul Island, very, very remote places, often where people did not have English as their first language. Mel was a very proud Aleut man.
He was part of the satellite system for here in Alaska to bring radio and TV to all across the state of Alaska. And that was a huge accomplishment.
One day, the local anchor was sick. And so everybody in the newsroom assumed that I would be filling in, to anchor the news, but I was told no, because of being Native. And that really hurt, It did change after that. It happened one time, so there was progress.
I'm half Japanese, and so I've always kind of been sensitive to culture and language and how different cultures perceive things differently.
He set an example for broadcast engineers all across the country. I still run into people that worked with him. They always have great stories about working with my dad.
I'm glad I've been able to inspire people to get into broadcasting, and to tell stories. I think it's very important that we have diversity in broadcasting.
The Alaska Statewide News, faster than a dog team, but not nearly as cute.
This is it, folks, the final stretch. Only a few categories remain, and if you've been waiting for the newscast, this is it. Market's 81 Plus Morning News. This is your moment. Here are your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
Diane, you said something earlier, an explosion of pink. How great was that?
I know, it's like confetti pink just blew up in the studio here at Q2, but what's so amazing is just to see all of these women coming in here so bright and early this morning. Each of
This is really unexpected. I feel like there's so many great stations, KTVB, I love you, to be in this category with, so this is just amazing. But I want to say this. 16 years ago, KTVQ started the Pink Breakfast, and 2 years it stopped during the pandemic. And we brought it back this year, and we won this award for this. We saw those women come into our studios, and it was like it never left. They were so excited, and the camaraderie was amazing, and we celebrated those women and their loved ones, and it was magical. So, want to thank the director, Rob Monaco, and our producer, Zach Chalan, who made this happen too. So, thank you, thank you.
All right, I'd also like to thank Brett McCrummen, who helps us with all of our morning shows. And just, it's been amazing to watch those women come into the studio. They're fighting so much, they're survivors, and I just think they're amazing and so inspirational. Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll flip it on the other side here in the evening newscast. Markets 81 plus. And the Emmy goes to...
Now on the news at 10, hundreds of little lights lifted in honor of the 4 bright lights who lost their lives too soon.
Xana Kernodle.
Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves.
Hard topic again to win an Emmy for a newscast, but very important, and the crew did amazing work. We have an amazing crew, and I'm proud of the team. So thank you, and I wish that they were here to accept because they did the amazing work, and I'm just here to support them all. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Let's turn it over to morning newscast. Getting started in just a couple of minutes here. Markets 21 to 80. And the Emmy goes to...
We are tracking snow on this Monday morning, April 11th. Let me say that again, April 11th. This is video taken overnight in Northeast Portland. This was right outside the station.
Wow, okay. Morning news is really hard. We don't sleep a lot, and breaking news weather is really hard. This snowstorm hit at 2 in the morning, so we had to throw out our newscast and completely rebuild, and the team just did a phenomenal job, and I'm so proud and I'm so honored to be on this stage with these people, so thank you guys.
Way to go. Let's turn it over to evening newscast. Same markets 21 to 80. There's your nominees, and let's find out who the Emmy goes to.
We never lost faith that this case would be solved.
A shocking arrest today made on the other side of the country after the quadruple murder of 4 University of Idaho students last month.
Holy cow, oh my goodness. Never in my wildest dreams I thought I'd be here. But once again, yeah, it is a tough story to cover. It's definitely consumed our life out in Spokane, the murders of those 4 students. But I'm very thankful for everyone at my station at KREM. You guys are not just a team, but we're a family, and I thank you very much for all your support and guidance Wouldn't have done it without you. It takes a whole team. It really does. It's not just us up here, but everyone at table 36 and everyone back in Spokane. Thank you very much, and thank you to my family. Muchas gracias. Los quiero mucho.
Thank you so much. I remember with this story, it was 2 days before New Year's. We had like no one in the newsroom. We got the news Brian Koberger got arrested in Pennsylvania, and then we scrambled, and just to get this newscast up was quite a success. So thank you so much. My parents watching at home, my girlfriend, and my God above. Thank you.
We turn now to morning newscast. This is markets 1 through 20. And the Emmy goes to...
Live from Fox 13 News, this is Good Day Seattle.
And it's good to have you with us. I'm Bill Wixie.
I'm Liz DeWicki. All right, let's talk a little bit about that forecast this morning. We got Abby tracking that for us right now.
Wow. We are a morning news team. Obviously, it is far past our bedtime, so I'm going to make this quick and read off my phone because I'm very nervous. This is an incredible honor. Fox is new to this market. Good Day Seattle, even more so. Obviously, I want to thank NATAS, but everybody around me on this stage. We have Michael, Adrian, Fernando, Abby, Dan. I mean, this team is just, it's the team. In my personal life, my #1 supporters, Brandon, Lexi, my indomitable mother across seas, our fearless leader, Sheila Oliver. She is the one that put me where I am today, which is surrounded by this team. The best part of my job is that the team makes it. Every producer knows this. You are nothing without your team. We are nothing without each other, especially my senior producer, Adrian Garcia, who led the charge that day. So I'm going to hand it over to him.
There's a lot of people who deserve this award. I want to thank our production team, our editors, our writers, assignment desk. We are nothing without you guys. And especially this guy, Dan, who got frostbite trying to get the story done. So I want to say a few words.
I just want to say thank you to Fox 13. I've never worked at a station in more than a decade that has just let me be myself. I can walk in, I can be live all morning long. They don't tell me what to say, they don't tell me what to do, they just let me be me. And that morning I had frostbite. I was crying in the car in between when Liz and Bill were carrying the show because I had frostbite. We were on the pass. There were trucks crash into each other. We almost crashed into the trucks in the middle of this live shot. And it was painful, but it was important to me. And I've never felt such a connection to a community. This guy from Kentucky. I grew up in central Kentucky, and I found myself here in Western Washington, and I've never felt more at home. And I just want to say thank you so much. I love this place, and I love Fox 13. Thank you, guys.
We love the Fox 13 family. Thanks for creating an environment, Sheila Oliver, where we can thrive, flourish, and serve the community. I love that this team has the grit, the excellence, and the dedication, but also the goodness and the empathy, and you see it in our coverage. So congratulations, everybody.
All right, you're almost there. You're almost there. Only a couple more after us. I just want to say there's a lot of decision makers in this room, and the reason that we are all up here is because the decision makers at our station, we've got so many talented people behind me. I'm the youngest one up here. And honestly, when you have these talented people on your station, you pay them what they're worth, you promote them, and you listen to them, and that's how you end up here winning Emmys. Our station's done a fantastic job of that. Thank you.
Thanks to everybody on staff, serious, because we couldn't have done it without the editors, the producers, everybody behind the scenes, the production, just everybody at the station. I'd like to also thank my mom, Carmen, she's here. My partner, Christopher, he's here. My dad and my buddy, they're angels in heaven. They really helped me out, and I want to wish a very happy birthday to my niece, Evelyn Rose, who turned 20 today. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here comes evening cast markets 1 to 20. Here are your nominees. And the Emmy goes to...
Just a
massive series of explosions shuts down I-5 and sends effects rippling across the sound. You were looking at the moments a truck carrying liquid oxygen detonates on I-5.
Wow. Thank you, guys. You know, it's a tough industry that we work in, and I believe it's a noble industry that we work in. But the people who really make it worth it in the end are our coworkers. We put in a lot of work, we put in a lot of effort, and it wouldn't be anything. It wouldn't be worth it without these people. And I want to thank them for this great honor. Thank you, everyone.
Never won one of these things before. Need to update my LinkedIn. Got to thank my wife, my family, and I mean, I had a big job change 2 years ago, so this is quite an honor, quite a team. I love all you guys. Thank you.
Gary and I have the great fortune of anchoring a newscast and being just the faces of amazing work, and that's why I love shows like this, so you can see really the people who put in so much of the work and really make it come alive. But I'm just more thankful than anything that I can be in back of this microphone right now and have the chance to thank my husband for making everything happen in my life. This is just the cherry on top because of you.
Folks, before we get to overall excellence, one quick moment of thanks.
We're back. But this isn't about us. We need Diane Bevins, please. Come on out. We need to take a quick second to thank the most incredible executive director in the country. Diane.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Diane told me the other day that she's been with NATAS Northwest for 50 years.
Well, 50 years next year.
Okay, almost 50 years. It's incredible. 49 and a half.
She's trying to age me.
And I remember my first president's meeting at the national level, I was blown away with how much Diane does. And it's volunteer stuff. And she's coordinating everything. And she's been producing and managing the awards. So we could not do this without Diane. So on behalf of the entire Board of Governors, we love
appreciate you.
Thank you for your mentorship.
Well, I love you all.
This is it, the moment you've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how to tell you this, but there are tater tots in the after party. They're hot and they're ready, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing that stands between you and tater tots and no judgment is overall excellence. This is the big one. Take a look. Here are your nominees. Overall excellence goes to...
I think it's really important that we do stories like this because not everyone sees the recovery step by step. When we're challenged, our communities work together and we come back stronger than ever.
My wife also informed me there are tacos out there as well, so I know that's also an incentive, and I'm sure she's out there having them. First, if we're gonna win one, this is a team award, and I'd like to say we have a really special team at KGW. We started on this mission about 4 years ago, a mission to use our journalism to try to make our community better. We're very intentional. We want to stop talking about homelessness, stop talking about problems because they're fixed. It may be idealistic, but that's what we do every day. We don't wait for a Thursday at 11 p.m. in February. We do it every day, every platform, every show. That's how we do the news. It may be different. We really focus that way. And it's just a terrific team. It's a culture. These are some of the people. We have 86 people in our newsroom who just work really hard all the time, every day, and they care. And also, behind us is just a great team. Our spouses, our children, our family, our parents, our friends, and we tell everyone the work-life balance has to happen for the work to do well. I think the work up here is incredible. Everyone's doing it. I'm so inspired by the work I see in Idaho, Montana, Alaska, Washington, Oregon. Terrific work, and it's just great. I think you really are all winners and really great work, but thank you for what you do. Thanks for watching, and we have openings. You want to come work for KGW, let us know. Thank you.
Well, folks, that's it. Congratulations to KGW. Way to go. Overall excellence. Congrats to each and every one of you here tonight. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep looking out for each other. And keep an eye on your Emmy, because they have a funny way of disappearing. Next year, we'll let the robots take over. Until then, let's celebrate in Studio B. Congrats.
We're